Welcome, gentle dreamer, to Sleepy Throne's tales, where forgotten kingdoms and royal mysteries return as soft lullabies for the night. Tonight, we wander into the marble shadows of Rome, where feasts were more than celebrations, they were secrets dressed in silk and gold. This is the tale of the forbidden banquets of Rome, a journey into hidden halls where power, danger, and strange rituals were served upon silver plates. The story begins on a night when the eternal city seemed to hold its breath. The streets were hushed beneath the moon, and the great Palatine Hill rose in silence, its palaces glimmering faintly in the torchlight. In the shadows of those mighty halls, an invitation traveled quietly, sealed with crimson wax, bearing the emperor's mark. It was not sent to the whole Senate, nor to every noble. Only a chosen few received the summons, written in words so careful they seemed like riddles. Come to dine where the gods themselves may listen. Those who read the message felt both pride and dread. To dine with the emperor was an honor, yet whispers filled the city of what occurred in those hidden feasts. They were called convivia secreta, banquets never recorded, where forbidden dishes were served. And loyalty was measured not by oaths, but by what one dared to eat. The nobles arrived, one by one, carried in litters through quiet lanes. The bronze doors of the palace groaned open, guarded by men whose faces betrayed nothing. Inside, the air was thick with perfumes of myrrh and saffron, smoke rising in soft coils toward painted ceilings. The walls gleamed with mosaics of gods and monsters, their jeweled eyes glittering in the torchlight as if alive. Marble couches lined the hall, each draped in silks of crimson and gold. Upon the tables lay the first signs of strangeness, fruits from lands most had never seen, golden bowls filled with sauces that glimmered like molten jewels, goblets of wine that smelled of fire and honey. Yet the feast had not begun. The emperor had not yet spoken. At last he entered, draped in a robe woven with threads of silver. He reclined upon the central couch, his presence heavy yet calm. He lifted a single goblet, filled not with wine, but with something darker, thicker, its surface rippling with faint light. His gaze swept across the hall, settling on each guest as if weighing them like coins. No words were spoken. Instead, he raised the goblet to his lips and drank. The silence that followed was deeper than prayer. Every guest understood. The banquet was no mere feast. It was a test. To eat, to drink, to remain was to step willingly into a world where the lines between ritual, politics, and danger blurred into one. Thus began the first forbidden banquet, where every shadow held a secret, and every dish whispered of something Rome was never meant to remember. The banquet hall seemed to breathe with the weight of silence. As the emperor set down his goblet, the guests dared not move, their eyes fixed upon the strange dark liquid he had swallowed. A servant stepped forward, silent as shadow, and placed before each noble a dish covered in hammered silver lids. The lids gleamed like mirrors, hiding whatever lay beneath. Yet, before a hand touched the meals, the emperor spoke not loudly, but with a voice that coiled like smoke. "Tonight," he said, "Rome eats as Rome has never eaten before. Those who leave this hall with courage will rise higher than they imagined. Those who falter—" He smiled faintly, leaving the sentence unfinished. The words alone were enough to still the air. Guests shifted uneasily on their couches, their jewels clinking faintly in the firelight. Some licked their lips nervously, others glanced at the emperor's face, searching for meaning at his command. The lids were lifted. What appeared was unlike any feast seen in ordinary Rome. Upon the plates lay delicacies wrapped in golden leaves, figs bursting with honey and crushed emerald-green herbs, and strange morsels that seemed to glow faintly beneath the torches. Some dishes carried scents familiar, others sharp and alien, as if brought from worlds beyond the empire's reach. But it was not the food alone that unsettled the guests. The hall itself seemed alive. The mosaics on the walls, scenes of gods feasting with mortals, seemed to lean closer, their jeweled eyes catching every flicker of torchlight. Whispering sounds trickled across the room, soft and indecipherable, like voices seeping through the marble itself. At first, the nobles thought it was their imagination. Yet, as they lifted their first morsels, the whispers grew clearer. Some swore they heard the names of long-dead emperors. Others claimed the walls spoke of victories yet to come, or of betrayals lurking nearby. One senator, trembling, set down his cup. "Do you hear it?" he whispered to the man beside him. But his neighbor only nodded stiffly, unwilling to draw attention. The emperor, meanwhile, reclined in calm delight. He traced his fingers over the rim of his goblet, as if listening not with his ears, but with his bones. Finally, he laughed softly. "Do not fear the walls," he said. "They have always spoken to those willing to listen. Tonight, you share not only my table, but Rome's oldest secret." The torches sputtered, shadows bending strangely, as though the room itself shifted. For the first time, the nobles realized this feast was not held merely to celebrate power or luxury. It was a ritual of listening, a communion not with men, but with the very memory of Rome. And as the night deepened, each guest understood. Once they heard the whispers, they could never unhear them, as the whispers of the walls lingered in the nobles' ears. The servants returned with vessels of wine unlike any seen in Rome before. They were not the familiar amphorae sealed with wax and resin. but slender crystal decanters that shimmered faintly, as if capturing moonlight itself. The emperor gestured, and goblets were filled. The liquid that poured was not the deep red of the vineyards of Italy, but a pale, opalescent color, glowing faintly with hues that shifted from silver to violet in the flicker of the torches. A fragrance drifted upward, sweet yet strange, carrying hints of jasmine, honey, and something the guests could not name. "Drink," the emperor commanded softly, "and see Rome as I see it." One by one, the nobles obeyed. The liquid was cool upon their tongues, yet as it slid down their throats, warmth bloomed in their chests, spreading like fire and then softening into a haze of calm. The banquet hall seemed to blur, the torch flames bending and stretching like ribbons of silk. It was then that the visions began. A senator gasped, his eyes wide as he saw before him a garden of impossible beauty roses that glowed like embers, fountains of wine and doves with wings tipped in gold. Another noblewoman covered her mouth as tears spilled from her eyes. She claimed she saw her long-dead father, smiling, beckoning her to speak. A soldier, hardened from campaigns, trembled as he described a battlefield drenched in stars instead of blood, where fallen comrades rose and saluted him once more. The emperor alone watched calmly, sipping slowly, as if this strange wine was no miracle to him but a familiar friend. "It is called somnium vinum," he explained, his voice echoing as though from both near and far. "The wine of dreams. It was brought to Rome from lands where men walk closer to the gods. Tonight it shows you not what is, but what you most desire, most fear." His words deepened the unease. Some nobles clutched their goblets tightly, desperate for more of the visions that brought them joy. Others pushed theirs away, pale and shaking, haunted by glimpses of shadows too dark to name. The whispers in the walls grew stronger, mingling with the visions. Voices of the past seemed to call out from within the marble, echoing the fears and desires of the drinkers. It was as though the very foundations of the palace had become a mirror, reflecting not Rome itself, but the souls of those who reclined within it. One young patrician, emboldened by the wine, dared to speak aloud. "Is this Rome's strength, Caesar? To bind us with visions, to feed us dreams instead of bread?" The hall froze. For a heartbeat, even the whispers ceased. The emperor's eyes turned toward him, calm yet heavy as iron. He said nothing, only raised his goblet once more, drinking slowly, as though the question itself was already answered. And in that silence, every guest realized the truth. These banquets were not merely to entertain. They were a test of loyalty, not of the body, but of the mind and soul. As the visions from the wine of dreams still shimmered in the minds of the nobles, The banquet shifted. Servants, moving with unnatural precision, removed the empty goblets and brought forth trays of food that glimmered in the firelight. Yet, unlike before, these dishes came without fragrance, without steam, without sound. The lids were lifted in silence. Upon the plates rested foods so strange that many guests hesitated to even breathe. There were dark figs that bled a silver liquid when pierced, breads so white they seemed carved from marble, and meats cut into shapes of animals never seen in Rome. Some dishes appeared almost unreal, shining like glass, their forms delicate, fragile, and cold. But what unsettled the nobles most was not the food itself, it was the silence. When the trays were set down, no clatter of silver echoed. When a knife sliced through a loaf, no crunch followed. Even when a goblet was placed upon the marble, it made no sound. It was as if the banquet had slipped into a world where sound was forbidden. A matron of noble birth, trembling, tried to laugh. "Have we lost our ears?" she asked nervously, striking the plate with her spoon. The hall remained silent. The spoon moved, the plate shook, but no sound came. Her laughter died in her throat. The emperor's voice, calm and deliberate, broke the hush. "This is the feast of silence," he said. "A tradition whispered to us from kings before Rome was born. In silence, one may hear what is usually hidden, the truths that speech drowns." And indeed, as the nobles lifted the strange foods to their lips, something uncanny happened. With each bite, a sensation stirred within them, not of taste alone, but of memory. A senator recalled a betrayal he had buried long ago. A general remembered a promise broken on the battlefield. A young patrician felt the sting of envy for a brother who had taken all the family glory. The silence of the hall seemed to draw these truths out, pressing them closer with each swallow. It was as though the food itself had been seasoned with secrets, forcing the guests to confront what they had hidden from the world and from themselves. One woman, her jeweled fingers trembling, covered her face with her veil, whispering words only she could hear. Another noble clenched his fists, as though fighting tears, though no sound betrayed his struggle, and through it all, the emperor reclined in stillness, watching his silver robe glimmering faintly. He did not eat, he only observed, as though the silent feast revealed to him more than words ever could. Finally, when the last bite was taken, the torches flickered violently, and with a sudden crack, the silence shattered. The sound of fire, of breathing, of shifting cloth returned in a rush, as though the world itself had exhaled. The guests gasped, looking to one another with wide eyes. They had eaten, they had remembered, and they had been exposed, if not to each other, then at least to themselves. And in that moment they understood. These banquets were not for pleasure. They were for revelation. No sooner had the feast of silence ended than the servants returned, carrying objects that were not trays of food but tall bronze stands crowned with lanterns of colored glass. Each lantern burned with a flame of a different emerald, sapphire, ruby, and gold. The torches on the walls dimmed as if bowing to the strange lights, until the banquet hall glowed like a chamber beneath the sea. The emperor lifted his hand, and the music of silence gave way to a new ritual. "Tonight," he said, "you dine not only with Rome, but with those who came before. The dead, too, have their seat at this table." At his command, the lanterns were placed along the length of the feast. Their light flickered, and in the shifting colors, the nobles swore they saw figures rising faint, transparent, and trembling like smoke. At first, it seemed like trickery of the flames, shadows stretched into unfamiliar shapes. But soon faces emerged. A senator froze as the green lantern's glow revealed his father, long buried, seated across the table. A patrician gasped, clutching her chest, as the ruby flame shaped itself into the form of her lost child. Another noble bowed his head, whispering a name only he could recognize. The hall filled with stifled breaths and trembling hands. For the dead did not speak, but their presence pressed heavily, undeniable, upon the air. The emperor raised his goblet once more, his eyes fixed upon the shifting lights. "Rome is not ruled by the living alone," he said. "The strength of our empire flows from those who came before us. And tonight you are reminded their gaze still falls upon us." The guests sat frozen, caught between awe and terror. Some reached toward the apparitions, desperate to touch what they had lost, but their hands passed only through air. Others turned away, unwilling to meet the eyes of ghosts who perhaps had come to judge. And then came the most unsettling truth. The apparitions did not only show the dead. Some nobles saw living figures, friends, rivals, even themselves. A general trembled as he recognized his own face, older, scarred, wearing the laurel crown of victory. A senator turned pale as he saw himself betrayed, falling to the dagger of a man he knew well. The banquet had become not only a gathering of memory, but of prophecy. The emperor watched with serene patience. He seemed untouched by the fear that gripped the hall, as though he had seen this spectacle many times before. His eyes gleamed in the lantern light, unreadable, as if he too saw something hidden from all others. When the last lantern flickered low, the apparitions dissolved like smoke into the rafters. The hall returned to its torchlit glow, yet a weight lingered, heavier than before. The nobles reclined in uneasy silence, knowing they had dined not only with the emperor but with death itself. When the ghostly lanterns faded and the air settled heavy with unease, the emperor signaled again. This time the servants brought not food nor wine, but a chest of polished cedar bound in silver clasps. It was carried carefully by 4 men, as though it contained something fragile or dangerous. The chest was set before the emperor. With a slow gesture, he unlatched the clasps, and the lid creaked open. Inside lay dozens of masks, each crafted of silver, each molded with different expressions. Some were beautiful, polished until they shone like mirrors. Others were rough, hammered into grotesque shapes that seemed to sneer at the watchers. The emperor rose from his couch and, for the first time that night, stood among his guests. "At this table," he said, his voice calm yet cutting, "truth and lies are as one. But tonight you will wear your truest face." Servants moved swiftly, placing a silver mask before each noble. None were allowed to choose. The mask given to them was theirs alone, as if fate itself had assigned it. A senator received a mask twisted in laughter, though his trembling hands betrayed no joy. A noblewoman was handed one carved with wide, sorrowful eyes, though her lips pressed tight with defiance. A soldier was given a mask of serene calm, though his heart pounded in fear. The emperor reclined once more, but this time without his own mask. His silver robe glimmered as he lifted his goblet. "Put them on," he commanded. The guests hesitated, then obeyed. The masks were cool at first, but as they settled upon the skin, a strange warmth spread, as though the metal had come alive. Some gasped as they felt the masks tighten, clinging to their faces, impossible to remove. And then the voices began from behind the masks. The nobles began to speak not with the words they intended, but with words drawn from the hidden depths of their hearts. A senator, meaning to toast the emperor, instead blurted out his secret envy of another's wealth. A noblewoman, who sought to flatter, instead confessed to poisoning her rival years ago. A soldier, loyal and disciplined, suddenly admitted his terror of dying forgotten in some foreign land. The hall filled with gasps and murmurs, for the masks forced truths into the open, stripping away every careful lie. The nobles tried to stop themselves, hands clutching their mouths, but the silver would not let them. The masks shone faintly, feeding upon the secrets as though drinking them like wine. The emperor smiled faintly. "Silver never lies," he said. "Now I know each of you not as you pretend to be, but as you are." When at last the masks loosened, the nobles tore them off, faces pale with shame and terror. None dared meet each other's eyes. Their secrets had spilled into the hall like blood, and they knew nothing spoken could ever be forgotten. The emperor sipped calmly from his goblet, as though the feast had only just begun. The nobles sat trembling, the silver masks cast aside, yet still haunting them with the weight of the secrets they had unwillingly confessed. A silence, heavy and awkward, spread across the hall. Some stared into their goblets, others into the torchlight, as if hoping the flames would erase what had been revealed. But the emperor was not finished. He lifted his hand once more, and the doors at the far end of the hall opened. Into the chamber stepped figures cloaked in black silk, their faces hidden behind veils. They carried no instruments, no props, only their own bodies and the shadows that followed them. They are called the silent dancers, the emperor declared softly. They do not speak. They do not sing. They show you not what you wish to see, but what your soul already knows. The torches dimmed, and only the dancers moved, their veiled forms gliding across the marble floor with a grace that seemed almost unnatural. They twisted and spun, their arms flowing like rivers, their bodies bending as if the bones themselves had softened. Yet what unsettled the nobles was not the beauty of the dance, but the way the shadows responded. For when the dancers bent, the shadows did not follow them. Instead, they shifted into other forms, familiar shapes that seemed to belong to the nobles themselves. A senator gasped as he saw his own shadow rise, taller and darker, looming over him with a dagger in hand. A patrician clutched her veil tightly as her shadow reached for jewels it did not own. The dancers circled closer, and the shadows thickened, crawling along the walls like liquid night. Some took forms of beasts, wolves, serpents, ravens, symbols of hunger and betrayal. Others took human shapes, revealing lovers kept in secrecy, enemies thought long defeated, or friends lost to ambition. The nobles grew restless, shifting upon their couches, but the emperor's gaze held them fast. He watched the performance not with fear, but with a kind of calm amusement, as though he alone knew what the shadows meant. One dancer, veiled in crimson, approached the emperor's couch. Her shadow rose behind her, not of herself, but of a towering figure crowned with laurel, holding the world in one hand and a sword in the other. The guests whispered in awe, recognizing the silhouette of Rome's eternal destiny. The emperor only smiled faintly, sipping from his goblet as though the shadow had merely confirmed what he already believed. At last, the dancers froze. The shadows lingered for a heartbeat longer, then slipped back into their rightful places, leaving the nobles pale and shaken. The veiled figures bowed silently and disappeared through the bronze doors, leaving only the echo of their presence behind. The emperor reclined once more, silver robe shimmering faintly in the torchlight. "Now you have seen what hides within you," he said, "but shadows are only the beginning." The words hung heavy. a promise that the banquet was far from over. The nobles sat in uneasy silence after the departure of the shadow dancers. Their hearts still raced from the images the shadows had revealed, yet the emperor, reclining with calm poise, showed no sign of weariness. Instead, his eyes gleamed with a sharper light, as though the feast had only just begun. He clapped his hands once, the sound echoing across the marble. From the side doors, servants emerged, carrying a great circular board of ivory, polished to a sheen, its surface carved with intricate symbols. It was laid upon a low table at the center of the hall, and beside it were placed pieces of onyx and gold, shaped like soldiers, senators, lions, and crowns. The banquet is not only for eating, the emperor said, his voice smooth and deliberate. It is also for playing. Tonight we shall play Ludo's Imperitha, game of empire. The nobles leaned forward with cautious curiosity. Some had heard of the game in whispers, but few had ever seen it played. It was said to be more than a pastime, more than strategy. It was a test, a mirror of Rome itself. Servants called forth 6 nobles. Their hands trembled as they reached for the pieces, each receiving a token that seemed to carry more weight than mere stone. One man received a lion, another a crown, another the figure of a senator. The emperor's gaze swept over them, silent, as though judging not their skill, but their souls. The rules were never explained, yet the players seemed to know them instinctively. With each move, the pieces shifted in ways no ordinary game allowed, sometimes sliding on their own, sometimes changing form entirely. A lion became a serpent, a senator became a beggar, a crown split into 2 smaller crowns, then fused again into something darker. The nobles, watching from their couches, whispered nervously. The game reflected not only power but fate. When one player moved his lion to devour another's senator, a murmur spread. The senator at the table paled, sweat gathering on his brow, as if some unseen force had touched him. When another moved the crown piece into the center, the torches flickered and her eyes glazed over, as though she had glimpsed herself upon a throne she would never truly sit. The emperor watched, his expression unreadable, sipping slowly from his goblet. Ludus Imperii is no game of chance, he said softly. It reveals what you are willing to claim, and what you are willing to lose at last. The game ended with a single piece standing, a golden lion, surrounded by shadows of fallen tokens. The noble who held it trembled, his lips moving in silent prayer. The emperor leaned forward, studying him, then smiled faintly. "You will serve Rome well," he said. The others lowered their eyes, too fearful to ask whether the words were blessing or curse. The ivory board was carried away, its eerie symbols still glowing faintly in the minds of all who had seen it. A heavy silence lingered in the hall, broken only by the sound of the emperor setting his goblet upon the table. Then, with a flick of his hand, he commanded the servants to bring forth the next offering. They came, silent as ghosts, bearing tall amphorae sealed with wax. The vessels were unlike any ordinary jars. Of Roman winage was painted with figures of strange beasts, half man, half manimal, their eyes wide and unblinking. The servants set them before the emperor, and when the wax was broken, a thick, dark liquid poured into the cups of the waiting nobles. At first, the guests believed it to be wine, though darker than any they had seen. But when the torches flickered across its surface, it seemed to ripple with an inner light, as though shadows swam within the liquid itself. This, the emperor declared, is the wine of shadows. It is poured only on nights when truth and fear must be tested. The nobles hesitated. Some stared at their cups, unwilling to touch them. Others brought the vessels close to their lips, trembling. It was said that the wine of shadows was pressed not only from grapes, but from herbs brought from the edges of Rome's empire, herbs that whispered to the soul, herbs that called forth visions. At the emperor's nod, the first noble drank. His eyes widened, and his hands gripped the table. A silence fell as he began to speak, not in his own words, but in words not his own, as though another voice had entered him. He spoke of ships aflame upon the sea, of wolves prowling Rome's 7 hills, of a crown that turned to dust. When the vision left him, he collapsed upon his couch, weeping. Another noble drank, and a scream tore from her throat. She saw not the future, but her own hidden sins, her betrayal of a friend, her secret letters to a rival family. The emperor's smile did not fade. The wine shows what lies beneath, he said. It strips away the veil. One by one, the nobles drank. Some saw futures of glory, others ruin. Some were left trembling, whispering secrets they had kept buried for years. The wine did not allow silence. It forced confession. It forced revelation. Finally, the goblet was raised to the emperor himself. He drank calmly, the shadows stirring in his eyes. For a long moment he said nothing. Then he spoke, his voice deep, resonant, carrying across the hall. Rome will outlast us all, but its heart will be broken not by enemies, but by the hands of its own children. The hall shuddered as if a cold wind had swept through it. The torches guttered low. The nobles bowed their heads, too fearful to meet one another's gaze. For in that moment they wondered, had they heard a prophecy or a curse? The torches burned low, as though even fire itself feared the words the emperor had spoken. The nobles remained silent, their eyes fixed on their cups, their thoughts scattered between dread and wonder. But the emperor was not finished. With a subtle motion of his hand, he commanded the servants once more. This time they wheeled in a great bronze brazier, its sides carved with scenes of gods and monsters. The brazier was set upon a dais at the center of the hall, and dry cedar wood was piled high within it. A priest in crimson robes stepped forward, his face veiled, carrying a torch that flickered with a strange blue flame. The emperor rose, and for the first time that night, his voice carried the weight of ritual. Rome is bound not only by power and law, he intoned, but by fire, the fire that consumes, the fire that purifies. Tonight the flame shall speak. The priest lowered the blue torch into the brazier. Instantly the cedar caught, but the fire that leaped up was no ordinary blaze. It roared to life in hues of green and violet, casting the hall in eerie colors. Marble pillars glowed with emerald light, and the faces of the nobles were painted in shades of amethyst and shadow. The emperor gestured for the offerings to begin. One by one, servants brought forth small objects, civery figurines, scrolls wrapped in gold, pieces of jewelry said to have belonged to ancestors of great houses. Each noble was summoned to the brazier, and each was commanded to cast something of value into the flames. At first, the nobles obeyed with trembling hands. Rings, pendants, and carved relics vanished into the fire, where they melted, cracked, or burned to ash. But as the ritual continued, the offerings grew darker. One senator produced a sealed tablet, wax unbroken, and, with a reluctant expression, hurled it into the blaze. As the flames devoured it, the smoke curled upward in the shape of wings. The emperor's eyes gleamed. "The fire accepts truth," he said softly, "and it rejects lies." A noblewoman approached, clutching a locket. When she cast it into the fire, the flames hissed and recoiled, as if refusing the gift. Gasps echoed through the hall. The emperor's gaze fell upon her, sharp and cold. "The flame has judged," he murmured. The woman paled, her hands trembling, though no punishment came. Yet then came the final act. The priest brought forth a vessel covered in bronze, sealed tight. When the lid was lifted, the nobles drew back. The vessel contained a living creature, a small white dove, its wings bound. With reverence, the priest placed the dove into the emperor's hands. The hall held its breath. Would he release it? Would he sacrifice it? The emperor raised the bird above the brazier. For a moment it fluttered weakly, and in that moment it seemed as though all of Rome's fate rested upon its fragile wings. Then, slowly, the emperor lowered the dove toward the flame. The hall was so silent that the faint crackle of the green and violet flames seemed like thunder. Every noble's gaze was fixed upon the emperor, who stood above the brazier with the trembling white dove in his hands. Its wings quivered weakly, its head darting back and forth as though it too sensed the weight of destiny. For an eternal moment the emperor held it there between mercy and sacrifice. Then, with a calmness that chilled the marrow of all who watched, he released the bird. Gasps filled the chamber. The dove fell into the blaze, and for an instant it should have burned. Yet no ordinary fire consumed it. Instead, the green and violet flames coiled upward, wrapping the bird in shimmering light. The dove's feathers did not blacken or char. They glowed as though lit from within. The bird rose higher and higher, not destroyed, but transformed. Its body shimmered, elongating, becoming almost translucent. Wings of pure fire spread across the hall, casting ghostly shadows that leaped across the marble columns. Nobles fell to their knees, covering their faces, some weeping openly. The emperor did not flinch. His eyes, reflecting the spectral fire, remained fixed on the apparition. "Rome is watched," he said, his voice resonant and unwavering. "Rome is judged. The dove, if it could still be called, that circled the hall once, its wings brushing the very edges of the ceiling. With every beat, the flames in the brazier grew taller, until the entire hall glowed. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the fiery form dissolved into sparks that drifted like falling stars before vanishing into the smoke. Silence reigned once more, broken only by the last hiss of cedar wood turning to ash. The nobles dared not speak. Some whispered prayers to Jupiter. Others clutched their amulets of Apollo or Mars. But all knew the same truth. They had seen something beyond mortal comprehension, something that no feast should have revealed. The emperor returned to his seat with deliberate calm, as though what had just happened was nothing more than another course of the banquet. He lifted his goblet, took a slow sip, and said, "Rome endures because Rome is chosen." No one dared reply. Yet, in their hearts, unease coiled tighter. For, if the gods had truly spoken through flame and dove, then the emperor was not merely their ruler, he was their prophet. And if he was their prophet, what secret power did he wield to command such wonders? The banquet, they realized, was not only a feast, it was a covenant, and none who had witnessed it would leave unchanged. The vision of the fiery dove still lingered in the minds of the nobles. Some sat rigid as statues, others whispered prayers under their breath. Yet the emperor's face remained calm, carved in a mask of serene command. The brazier still glowed faintly, though the green and violet flames had softened to embers. Then, something remarkable happened. As the last sparks faded, the marble floor beneath the brazier gave a low rumble, like distant thunder beneath stone. Nobles clutched their cups as the sound deepened, and with a slow, grinding motion, the slab beneath the brazier shifted. Dust trickled from the seams of the marble. A hidden mechanism, ancient and unseen, began to move. Gasps echoed through the chamber. The brazier itself sank lower, as though swallowed by the floor. When the motion ceased, the nobles beheld what had been revealed, a staircase of worn stone, descending into blackness. The emperor stood. His silver robe shimmered in the torchlight as he raised a hand for silence. "Rome feasts above," he said, his voice measured, "but Rome's heart lies below. Tonight you shall see what few have ever seen." He gestured, and torches were lit. The crimson-robed priests descended first, their flames casting trembling light against the narrow steps. The emperor followed, and one by one, with fear and trembling curiosity, the nobles rose from their couches to follow. The air grew colder as they moved downward. The polished marble of the banquet hall gave way to rough-hewn stone, marked with carvings older than the empire itself. Strange figures twisted along the walls, creatures with many heads, serpents entwined with crowns, and stars that seemed to move when touched by torchlight. At last, the stairway opened into a vast chamber beneath the palace. The ceiling arched high, vanishing into shadow. Pillars carved with winged lions lined the hall, and at the far end stood an altar of black basalt, its surface gleaming, though no hand polished it. The nobles shivered. They felt the weight of centuries pressing upon them, as though they had entered not a room, but a memory of something Rome had long tried to forget. The emperor stepped toward the altar, his footsteps echoing. "This," he declared, "is the foundation of empire. Long before Rome rose, long before our legions marched, this place was built by hands unknown. Here lies the covenant that feeds the empire's strength." He turned back to his nobles, his eyes shining in the torchlight. "You have tasted the wine of shadows. You have seen the fire judge truth. Now you shall witness the secret that binds Rome to eternity." A heavy silence filled the chamber. The nobles exchanged fearful glances, torn between awe and dread. What secret could lie here, hidden beneath the emperor's palace, guarded by fire and shadows? The emperor raised both hands, and the priests began to chant. The chamber stirred, as if the very stones remembered what had once been done upon that altar. The chanting of the crimson-robed priests rose and fell like the tide, echoing against the vaulted chamber. Their voices wove strange syllables, words older than Latin, older even than the memory of Rome. the nobles stood in trembling silence, their shadows flickering on the stone walls as torchlight revealed the carvings that twisted like living things. The emperor moved slowly toward the black basalt altar. Its surface gleamed as though wet, though no water touched it. Strange symbols ran across its face spirals, jagged marks and constellations no one in the chamber could name. When the emperor laid his hand upon it, the altar gave off a low hum, a vibration that thrummed through the bones of all who stood nearby. "This," he said, his voice deep with reverence, "is the altar of the forgotten gods, the ones who ruled before Jupiter, before Mars, before Rome itself. Their names are lost, but their hunger remains. To feed them is to feed the empire." The nobles shivered. Some instinctively pressed amulets of their household gods, as if to shield themselves. Yet none dared speak. The emperor gestured to the priests. From the shadows they brought forth vessels sealed with pitch. When they were opened, the stench of salt and brine filled the chamber. Inside were offerings, not of gold or jewels, but of strange relics, bones of fish with too many teeth, fragments of black stone etched with curling lines, and seashells that seemed to whisper faintly when held close. The priests laid these upon the altar, chanting all the while. The basalt absorbed them. The relics sank into its surface as though the stone itself were alive, swallowing every gift. A nobleman whispered in awe, "The altar. It eats." The emperor turned, his eyes sharp as blades. "It does not eat, it remembers. What is given here is never lost. It becomes part of the foundation of Rome." Then came the final act. A servant carried forward a silver bowl, filled not with wine, but with blood deep red, glimmering in the torchlight. No one asked whose blood it was. The answer was better left unknown. The emperor lifted the bowl and poured it across the altar. The basalt drank it eagerly. The symbols carved upon its surface began to glow. The priests fell to their knees, and even the emperor bowed his head. From the altar came a sound, not the crackle of fire, not the sigh of wind, but a low whisper that seemed to speak directly into the ears of all present. None could understand the words, yet all felt their meaning. A pact, a binding, an unbroken chain that linked Rome's fate to the will of the forgotten gods. The nobles stood frozen, hearts pounding. For the first time that night, they realized they were not guests at a feast, but witnesses to a covenant older than their empire, and once seen, it could never be unseen. The glowing symbols upon the altar pulsed like a heartbeat, flooding the chamber with eerie light. Nobles shielded their eyes, yet none could look away. The whispers that rose from the basalt grew sharper, as though the stone itself wished to speak in a language too ancient for human tongues. Then slowly the symbols began to shift. Lines reformed, curves twisted, and the carvings rearranged themselves until words in clear Latin shone across the black surface. The nobles gasped in unison, for the altar had inscribed its message before their eyes. The emperor stepped forward. His hand hovered above the glowing words. The eagle will devour its own wings, and the crown will be drowned in blood. A hush fell over the chamber. Every noble present felt the chill of fate crawl down their spine. The words carved into the altar did not feel like prophecy. They felt like inevitability, etched by powers older than gods. One senator dared to speak, his voice trembling. "Great Caesar, what does it mean? Will Rome fall? Will we?" The emperor silenced him with a glance. "Rome does not fall," he said firmly. "Rome transforms. Rome endures." Yet his grip on the altar tightened, and those who watched closely saw that his knuckles had gone white, their voices rising as though to drown the inscription itself. But the words burned brighter, impossible to erase. Even when the emperor poured fresh offerings of salt and blood upon the stone, the prophecy remained. A noblewoman, pale as ivory, whispered, "If the eagle devours its own wings, does it not mean civil war?" Another muttered, "And the drowned crown, what crown drowns, if not the emperor's?" Fear spread among them like wildfire. Rome's power had always seemed eternal, yet here, in the belly of the earth, its doom was etched before their very eyes. The emperor, sensing their unease, straightened his shoulders and raised his voice. "Do not tremble at shadows. These words are warnings, not verdicts. The altar speaks of dangers. Yes, but dangers we shall overcome. For I am emperor, chosen not only by men, but by gods. Rome's fate lies in my hand, not in the whispers of forgotten stones." The nobles bowed, but unease gnawed at them. Inwardly, each wondered, what if the altar was right? What if the empire's strength carried within it the seed of its destruction? The glow dimmed, and the words faded back into spirals and symbols. Yet in their minds, the inscription burned eternal. None could forget it. None could escape it. Above them, Rome feasted. Below, its doom had already been written. The last of the glowing words faded, yet the air in the chamber grew heavier, as though the prophecy still echoed in the marrow of every bone. The nobles shifted uneasily, glancing toward the emperor for reassurance. He stood tall, his silver robe shimmering in the flickering torchlight. But his eyes lingered too long on the altar. Then it happened. A deep rumble rolled through the chamber, shaking dust from the vaulted ceiling. The black basalt altar trembled, its surface rippling like water though it was solid stone. The priests broke their chanting, some falling to their knees in terror. A sound emerged not, whispering this time, but a voice, deep and resonant, as though the very earth had found its tongue. The words were not in Latin, not in Greek, not in any tongue known to men, yet every noble understood them in their heart, as if meaning had bypassed language. The blood is not enough. The pact is not sealed. A cry escaped from one nobleman who clutched his chest and staggered backward. Another covered her ears, though the sound came not from air but from within the skull itself. The chamber shook harder, and cracks spread across the altar's surface, glowing with inner fire. The emperor raised his hand, commanding silence, though his voice wavered. The pact is Rome's foundation. It has been sealed for centuries. The altar's voice thundered back. Rome grows fat, but Rome forgets. Tribute must be given anew, a soul willing or unwilling. Without it, Rome shall choke on its own glory. The words froze the chamber. Every noble stared at the altar in horror. Tribute. The meaning was unmistakable. One senator whispered hoarsely, "It demands sacrifice." The emperor's jaw tightened. His eyes swept the crowd, measuring each face. Fear had stripped the nobles bare. He could see the trembling of their hands, the sweat upon their brows, the desperate avoidance of his gaze. For a long moment he was silent. Then, with controlled calm, he said, "Rome endures because Rome obeys. The pact shall be honored." Gasps rippled through the chamber. A noble woman fell to her knees, sobbing. Others pressed back toward the walls, as though hoping the shadows would swallow them whole. The emperor gestured to the priests, "Prepare the altar." The priests obeyed, though their hands shook. They cleared the basalt surface and poured fresh oil upon it, the firelight dancing brighter than before. The nobles knew what this meant. Before the night was done, one among them would be laid upon that stone. The altar pulsed once more, its voice fading into a low growl that vibrated in every chest. "A soul for empire, choose." The chamber fell silent, save for the hammering of fearful hearts. The chamber lay in dreadful silence, broken only by the altar's fading growl. The nobles huddled near the walls, their fine robes clutched as if cloth alone could shield them. The emperor stood tall before the basalt, his gaze steady, though a storm churned in his eyes. Then, without warning, the altar flared. Its cracks glowed brighter, and a column of smoke rose upward, curling and twisting like a living serpent. The torches dimmed, their flames shrinking, as though all fire had bent to the altar's will. The smoke began to drift across the chamber. Slowly, deliberately, it stretched toward the gathered nobles. Panic spread. Men and women shrank back, pressed themselves against stone pillars, clutched one another's arms. But the smoke moved with purpose. It coiled among them like a hunter, searching. A senator stumbled to his knees, begging, "Not me, not me, merciful gods." Another noble tried to flee toward the staircase, but the emperor raised his hand, and soldiers barred the exit. None would escape the judgment. The smoke thickened, black as midnight, until it hovered before a young nobleman barely past his 25th year. His face, pale and drawn, froze in horror as the smoke wrapped around him. It clung to his shoulders, his chest, his head then seared into his flesh. He screamed as a mark appeared upon his forehead, glowing like molten gold, a circle pierced by 2 lines, the same symbol that had burned upon the altar. The nobles cried out in terror. Some fell to their knees, whispering prayers. Others covered their faces, unable to bear the sight. The emperor's expression did not change. "The altar has spoken," he said. "The chosen is revealed." The young noble's legs buckled, and he collapsed. The priests rushed forward, their crimson robes swirling, and seized him by the arms. He thrashed, shouting, "I am loyal. I have served Rome faithfully. Why me?" But his pleas went unanswered. The mark burned brighter, pulsing in rhythm with the altar itself. The priests dragged him toward the stone, his heels scraping across the floor. The emperor raised his voice above the cries. "Rome endures because Rome pays the price. This soul will feed the covenant, and through it the empire shall be strengthened." The young noble's family cried out from among the crowd, but they were silenced by the emperor's stern gaze. The mark upon the victim's forehead glowed once more, then dimmed to a dull ember. His fate was sealed. The nobles looked on in horror, realizing that the pact demanded more than wine, more than jewels, more than blood in bowls. It demanded them, and tonight it had taken one. The chamber filled with the sound of dragging heels against stone. The chosen noble cried out, his voice raw with terror, but the priests held fast. His family pressed forward in desperation, but soldiers' spears barred their way. No one could defy the ritual. The emperor watched in silence, his face illuminated by the flickering crimson light. He did not blink, did not flinch, as the victim was forced onto the altar. The stone hissed as the man's body touched it, as though the basalt recognized its offering. The noble thrashed, his chains clattering as the priests locked his wrists into bronze clasps. The mark on his forehead pulsed like a beating heart. Sweat streamed down his face, his lips moving in frantic prayer. Though his words broke into sobs, the chief priest stepped forward, holding the ancient bladed dagger of black iron, said to be forged in a forgotten age. Its edge gleamed faintly, hungry. Raising his arms high, he intoned, "Blood for Rome, life for eternity." The covenant is renewed. The chamber thundered with the chant as the priests joined him, their voices rising in unison, a dark hymn that reverberated through the stone walls. The emperor lowered his head in solemn acceptance. The blade descended. A single scream tore through the air, echoing up the staircase and into the unseen world above. The altar glowed brighter, its veins of light searing, spreading across the chamber floor like fiery rivers. The noble's body convulsed, then fell still, and then silence. The priests stepped back, their robes soaked in red. The mark upon the noble's forehead flared one final time, then dissolved into smoke, vanishing into the cracks of the stone. The altar drank the offering greedily, and its glow steadied. A wave of unnatural warmth spread across the chamber. The nobles gasped, clutching their chests, for they felt it to a surge of life, of energy, as though the empire itself breathed more deeply with the sacrifice. But that warmth carried dread. For every noble now understood, the covenant demanded not the poor, not slaves, not enemies of Rome. It demanded their own kind. The emperor stepped forward, his voice calm, commanding. Rome is eternal because Rome dares what no other dares. Tonight, the pact is renewed. You have witnessed its power. Remember what you have seen and remember what will be required. His eyes swept across the chamber, meeting those of every trembling noble. No one dared speak. None dared even breathe too loudly. The priests began to cleanse the altar, their hands steady, their chants soft, as if death were nothing more than a familiar duty. The body was lifted and carried into the shadows beyond, never to be seen again. The banquet would continue, but no soul present would ever taste food or wine without remembering the scream that had sealed the covenant. When the body was carried away and the altar's glow dimmed, the nobles were dismissed with the emperor's solemn command. Rome endures because of Rome's sacrifice. Never forget. One by one, the guests filed out of the chamber, their silk robes brushing the damp stone floor. No music played, no laughter followed, only the echo of shuffling sandals and quickened breaths. The banquet above had become a ghostly affair. Platters of roasted meats and golden goblets of wine sat untouched. The memory of the scream silenced all appetite. In corners and corridors, nobles gathered in tense knots, whispering in low voices. Their jeweled fingers trembled as they clutched goblets for comfort rather than thirst. No one dared speak too loudly. 4 soldiers still patrolled the halls, and the emperor's shadow lingered over every word. I saw his eyes, one senator murmured, his face pale. He begged the gods, but the altar claimed him still. it could be any of us, another whispered, wringing her hands. Do you not see? Tonight it was Marcus. Tomorrow it could be you, or me, or even our children. A hush fell. No one spoke of children lightly in this context. The thought was too unbearable, yet the truth had been laid bare. The altar demanded from their own ranks, and none knew who would be marked next in a quiet alcove. 3 men leaned close, their voices scarcely above breath. This cannot continue, one hissed. Rome may be eternal, but we are not. I will not offer my blood upon that cursed stone. Lower your voice, another warned, glancing around. If the emperor hears, your fate will come sooner than you think. But the third, older and wiser, narrowed his eyes. Do you not see? This is his hold over us. The altar is his weapon. As long as we believe it chooses, he rules us with fear. But what if the choice is no divine act? What if it is guided by human hands? The words struck the others like lightning. Could it be? Could the glowing smoke, the mark, the ritual be nothing more than a carefully staged deception? Yet, even as the thought ignited, fear smothered it. To question the altar was to question Rome itself, and that was treason. Still, the whispers spread. Behind jeweled fans, in shadowed corridors, beneath the cover of music faintly rekindled above, nobles began to question, not aloud, not fully, but in their hearts. Some clutched amulets of the old gods tighter. Others stared long into their cups, wine untouched, as though seeking courage at the bottom. For the first time, doubt entered the banquet halls of Rome, and with doubt came something more dangerous than fear. The seed of resistance. The emperor, returning to his private chambers, believed the night had sealed loyalty through terror. Yet behind his back, in silken shadows, the nobility began to weave a different future. The emperor walked alone through a hidden passageway that led from the banquet hall to his private quarters. Torches sputtered against the damp stone, their glow trailing long shadows across the walls. He dismissed his guards at the threshold. Tonight he wanted no ears but his own. Inside, the chamber was silent, save for the crackle of a solitary brazier. Maps of the empire stretched across polished tables, dotted with bronze figurines marking legions and provinces. Gold glimmered in corners, but the emperor's gaze did not linger on wealth or conquest. His thoughts returned again and again to the altar. He lowered himself onto a marble seat, exhaling heavily. The scream of the chosen still echoed in his mind. For years, he had watched that stone drink the blood of Rome's finest. For years, he had repeated the same words, that sacrifice preserved the empire, that eternity demanded a price. But in the solitude of his chamber, the emperor's confidence wavered. Was it truly divine will that the altar chose? Or had the priests, with their crimson robes and secret tongues, bound him as tightly as the nobles? He remembered the first time he was led into the chamber as a young man, when the old emperor, his father, whispered, "This is the burden of Rome. You will continue it, or Rome will fall." He had believed it then. Perhaps he still did. Yet the memory of tonight gnawed at him. The chosen nobles, face-stricken, pleading, haunted him more deeply than he cared to admit. The emperor rose and approached a bronze mirror set against the wall. His reflection stared back, stern eyes, a brow heavy with responsibility, a mouth set in the hard line of command. But beneath the steel he saw it faint but unmistakable fear. What if one night the smoke turned toward him? He pressed his palms against the cold metal of the mirror. The altar had never claimed an emperor, but was that certainty or only tradition? And if it did, would Rome truly crumble, or would it finally break free of the chains of fear? A soft sound stirred him from his thoughts. The door creaked open, and the chief priest entered without permission. His crimson robes swirled like blood in torchlight. "Caesar," the priest said, bowing low, "the covenant is satisfied, for now." The emperor's eyes narrowed. "For now," he repeated. "And when it is not?" The priest lifted his head, his expression unreadable. "Then Rome hungers again. You know this, as did your father, as will your sons." The emperor turned back to the mirror, hiding the shadow that passed across his face. Sons he had, heirs young, untested, unaware of the full horror that awaited them. Could he condemn them to the same burden? He dismissed the priest with a wave, but sleep did not come that night. Long after the torches burned low, the emperor sat awake, staring into the flames, caught between devotion to Rome and the whisper of rebellion even within his own heart. The nobles departed the palace in gilded litters and horse-drawn carriages, but none carried the lightness of wine or triumph. Faces once radiant with pride now hid behind veils and lowered hoods. Rome's streets, normally alive with music and torchlight after a feast, seemed muted, as if the city itself shared in their unease. Shadows gathered in a secluded villa on the Aventin hill. The flicker of oil lamps lit a marble atrium where a select group of nobles met in secret. The air was heavy with incense, though it did little to mask the tension that gripped every breath. A senator spoke first, his voice low but sharp. "We are prisoners in our own empire. Tonight proves it. The altar does not merely take it, chooses, and any of us may be next." A murmur rippled through the gathering. Some nodded in grim agreement. Others crossed themselves in silent prayers. A patrician woman, her eyes lined with kohl, leaned forward. "It is not the altar that chooses," she said, her words slow, deliberate. "It is the priests. They guide the smoke, they mark the flesh. The emperor allows it because it serves his reign. But do you not see? We are bound by their theater, enslaved to their rituals." The chamber fell silent. For years, none had dared speak such treason aloud, but the thought had lived quietly in their hearts, and now it had voice. Another noble, younger and brash, slammed his hand on the table. "Then let us break it. If the priests weave this curse, then they can be unmasked. Rome need not bleed itself to satisfy a lie." But the elder among them shook his head gravely. "Do not mistake boldness for wisdom. If we move too openly, the emperor will strike us down before the priests ever feel our blade. We must tread carefully, like wolves circling prey in the dark." The group leaned close, their voices nearly swallowed by the hiss of oil lamps. Plans began to take shape, whispers of bribed guards, of intercepting sacred texts, of unearthing what truly lay beneath the altar. Each word carried the weight of treachery, and yet each voice grew steadier, as though desperation itself gave them courage. One woman, draped in dark purple, spoke last. Her eyes gleamed with dangerous conviction. "The altar feeds on fear. If we prove that its power is a mask's, that no god claims us, that no stone chooses us, then Rome will turn. The emperor will stand naked before his people, and the priests will burn." The others nodded. For the first time, the nobles felt not only terror, but resolve. The conspiracy had taken root. Outside, the city slept beneath the stars. The emperor believed loyalty was sealed in blood. Yet, in the hidden chambers of Rome, rebellion had been born, and, soon, the altar would face not devotion, but defiance. The conspirators did not wait long. Within days, cautious messages passed by way of trusted slaves and veiled gestures in crowded forums. They agreed on a course. If the altar was truly a divine mouthpiece, they would prove it. And if it was not, Rome itself would be freed from its shadow. One night, 3 nobles slipped from their villas under heavy cloaks. Their litters bore no insignias, their guards dismissed with excuses. They met at the edge of the Palatine Hill, where a narrow stairway wound down into an older part of the city ruins, so ancient even Rome's oldest senators could not recall their builders. A torch sputtered in the hand of Lucius Vero, the boldest among them. "The priests claim the altar was brought from lands beyond Rome," he whispered. "But if it was carried here, there must be records or something hidden beneath." The others nodded, though fear glinted in their eyes. The night smelled of rain and dust. They moved through crumbling corridors, arches heavy with ivy, until they reached a sealed bronze gate. It bore the same symbol as the mark burned upon the chosen noble's brow, the circle pierced by 2 lines. The sight sent a shiver down their spines. "Do you feel that?" one whispered. The air seemed warmer here, heavy, as if the stones themselves remembered blood. Vero pressed his palm against the gate. It yielded with surprising ease, groaning as though reluctant to open. The nobles stepped inside, their torches painting the walls in orange light. The chamber beyond was vast, older than Rome itself. Its walls were carved with strange figure serpents coiled around crowns, faceless kings raising chalices of fire. Between them ran inscriptions, not in Latin, but in an older, forgotten tongue. "This is no Roman work," one whispered. "These are symbols of the East, older than Babylon, perhaps." At the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, low and broad. Upon it lay fragments of black stone, cracked and scorched, as if torn from some greater monument. One noble reached to touch it, but Vero caught his arm. "Do not," he hissed. "If the priests see us here, we are already marked." Instead, they studied the walls. One carving in particular made their blood run cold. A figure crowned like an emperor, chained hand and foot, kneeling before the same basalt altar that now stood in Rome's depths. And above him, carved with terrible clarity, was the same mark that had burned on the chosen noble's forehead. "Not even emperors are safe," one muttered, voice trembling. The torches flickered violently, as though some unseen wind had passed through. A low hum rose in the chamber, not from their voices, not from the earth, but from the very stones themselves. The nobles fled, hearts pounding, but they carried with them a revelation that would fuel the fire of conspiracy. The altar was no gift of Rome's gods. It was older, darker, and it had once consumed kings themselves. While the nobles crept through forgotten passages, the priests were not idle. In the torchlit silence of their sanctum, hidden beneath the emperor's palace, crimson-robed figures moved like shadows among shelves of scrolls and urns. The air reeked of incense and ash, thick enough to choke an untrained throat. At the center of the chamber knelt the chief priest, his head bowed before a bowl of smoldering herbs. His lips moved in a low chant, the syllables older than Rome, older than any tongue the nobles knew. As the smoke rose, his eyes rolled white, and his voice deepened into something not entirely his own. A younger priest watched, trembling. "Master, what do you see?" The chief priest's body stiffened. "Intruders," the word hissed from his lips like a serpent's breath. "Blood not offered, footsteps where none should tread." The altar stirs. The young priest's face paled. "The nobles, yes," the chief priest snapped. snapping from his trance. His gaze sharpened, as if he had seen their very faces in the smoke. Greedy eyes, treacherous hearts. They wander too near the stone that should not be touched. Around him, the other priests murmured dark prayers. Some reached for bronze knives, their curved blades glinting in firelight. Others dipped their fingers into bowls of sacred oil, smearing symbols across their foreheads. "We should alert the emperor," one said. Cautiously, the chief priest's gaze cut through him like a blade. "The emperor believes he rules, but it is we who guard the covenant, we who feed the altar. His throne stands because we permit it. Do you understand?" The younger priest lowered his head quickly. "Yes, master." The chief priest rose, his crimson robes whispering across the floor. "We will not burden Caesar with whispers of doubt. Instead, we will act." He led them deeper into the sanctum, where a stone door sealed a chamber none but the highest had entered. With a gesture, it groaned open, revealing racks of relics, masks of hammered bronze, urns filled with blackened ash, and statues of creatures half human, half serpent. At the back lay a chest of iron, bound with heavy chains. The chief priest drew a key from within his robes. Slowly, with reverence and dread, he unlocked the chest. Inside lay a set of iron masks, expressionless, their surfaces inscribed with runes that shimmered faintly in the firelight. "Send the masks," he commanded. "If the nobles seek secrets, let them be met with shadows they cannot name." The priests bowed, their voices rising in a low, united chant. The masks would walk again, agents of fear, unseen in daylight, unstoppable in darkness. Above them, Rome slept uneasily, oblivious to the unseen war brewing in its veins. The nobles thought themselves clever hunters, but the priests had been watching far longer. And now the trap was set. The night after their descent beneath the Palatine, the conspirators gathered once more in the atrium of the Aventine villa. The lamps burned low, their light trembling over anxious faces. Every door was barred, every servant dismissed. Even the whisper of wind through the marble columns felt like a threat. Lucius Vero placed his torch on the table and spoke first. His voice, though low, carried the weight of revelation. What we saw was no Roman altar. The carvings were older than Babylon, older than any empire we name. This covenant is not ours. It binds us to something ancient, something that once demanded even kings. The nobles leaned in. Some gasped, others exchanged fearful glances, as though the very walls might be listening. A patrician woman with silver rings on every finger asked. Then the priests lied. They told us it was a gift to Rome, a blessing from our gods. They lied, Vero confirmed. The altar is no gift. It is a leash, a silence settled. The youngest of the group, his face pale, shook his head. If even emperors once bowed to it, how can we resist? The priests hold its secrets, and the emperor believes their words. We are caught between sword and fire. An older senator, his voice gravelly, leaned forward. Then we must cut through both. The priests use fear to bind us. But if we expose their lies, if we show Rome the truth that this covenant is older than our city, that it feeds on our blood without divine command, the emperor's throne will tremble, and the people will rise. The suggestion stirred both hope and terror. The nobles knew too well that rebellion, if uncovered, meant death not only for them, but for their families. Yet the thought of silence, of waiting for the smoke to choose them next, was a heavier burden still. The woman in purple, her eyes sharp as steel, spoke last. We cannot fight openly, not yet. We must learn more. The altar has origins, roots beyond Rome. If we trace them, perhaps we find its weakness. We will need scrolls, records kept by the priests, and men brave enough to risk stealing them. The group looked at one another, testing the edges of courage. Varro gave a short nod. I will lead it. If we do nothing, we are already dead. A fragile resolve filled the atrium. They poured wine, but none drank it. Was not a toast, but a vow. Beyond the villa walls, a soft wind stirred. None knew that eyes already followed them, unseen, wearing masks of iron and silence. The priests had loosed their hunters, and while the nobles believed themselves safe in shadows, shadows were where the masks thrived, the conspirators. Whispers still lingered in the atrium when the first lamp sputtered and died. The flame gave a faint hiss, as though smothered by an unseen hand. One by one, the other lamps faltered, until the chamber was swallowed by shadows. Did you feel that? A noble hissed, clutching his cloak tighter. The air thickened. It was not silence that filled the room, but the sound of breaths, soft, measured, not their own. From the far edge of the villa, the barred doors groaned. A cold draught swept through the atrium, carrying with it the faint scrape of metal. The nobles froze, their hearts pounding. Then, from the darkness, shapes emerged. They were tall, cloaked figures, their faces hidden behind iron masks, inscribed with faintly glowing runes. The masks bore no mouths, no eyes, only blank, expressionless surfaces that seemed to devour the lamplight. The priests, someone gasped, they've sent their shadows. The nobles scrambled back, knocking over goblets and scrolls. Varro seized a torch from the table, its flame wavering in his unsteady grip. He thrust it forward, but the nearest mask did not flinch. It moved with slow, deliberate steps, its metal visage reflecting the fire in eerie silence. One noble shouted, "Guards!" Guards, but no answer came. The villa's protectors had vanished, spirited away, or silenced before they could cry out. The conspirators were alone. The masks advanced in perfect unison, as though guided by a single will. When Varro swung his torch, the flame bent unnaturally, guttering, as if the very air recoiled from them. The woman in purple, her voice steady despite her fear, hissed, "Do not cower. They want us broken before they strike." But her courage was tested when one mask raised a hand. The runes carved into its iron surface flared with dull crimson light, and a wave of unnatural cold rippled through the room. The torch in Varro's hand extinguished instantly, leaving only the faint glow of the masks themselves. Screams erupted as the nobles stumbled in the dark. A statue toppled, shattering on the marble floor. Wine spilled like blood across the tiles. The masks did not hurry, did not stumble. They glided forward, inevitable as death. Varro grasped a fallen sword from the floor, a relic used for ceremony. He swung it wildly, the steel ringing as it met iron. Sparks flew, but the mask did not stagger. Instead, it leaned close, its blank face inches from his, and he felt his breath falter, as if drawn into the void behind the mask. Then, just as suddenly as they appeared, the masks halted. They stood in silence, runes flickering faintly, as though waiting for an unseen command. And then they withdrew, one step back, then another, until the shadows swallowed them whole. The nobles gasped for breath, clutching one another in terror. None spoke for a long while. At last, Varro broke the silence. "The priests know," he whispered, his voice raw, "and they are warning us. Next time, it will not be mercy." When the masks vanished into the night, the villa's atrium was left in ruin. Marble shards glistened on the floor like jagged teeth. Wine seeped into cracks, as though the stones themselves bled. And the nobles stood huddled like frightened children. For a long while, none dared to speak. At last, Varro dropped the shattered ceremonial sword, its clang echoing in the silence. His chest heaved as though he had just returned from a battlefield. "We are not safe," he whispered. "Not in our homes, not in the Senate, not even in our sleep. The priests see all. They send their shadows wherever they wish." The woman in purple straightened her spine. Though her hands trembled, her eyes held fire. "Then we must stop trembling like prey. If we bow, Rome itself bows. If we cower, our children will eat from poisoned tables." Tonight was a warning. Tomorrow it will be execution. Murmurs rippled, some fearful, others furious. One senator muttered, "They wore masks of iron, as if to mock Usiren against our flesh, chains upon our throats." Another spat bitterly, "Rome belongs to men, not to ghosts in the service of temples. The woman raised her hand. Then swear it, here, tonight. Swear that we will not yield to the priests. Swear that we will fight, even if it costs us everything. Silence fell again. The flickering torchlight caught their pale faces, marked with fear, yet lined with pride. Slowly, one by one, they placed their hands upon the broken marble altar that stood in the atrium. Vero stepped forward first, placing his scarred palm upon the cold stone. By the blood of my ancestors, I swear, no mask, no priest, no emperor drunk with their counsel will own my breath. Others followed, their voices weaving into the dim chamber. I swear by the fields that feed Rome. I swear by the Tiber's waters. I swear by my children's graves. Each oath was a chain, not of iron, but of resolve. The room no longer felt like a shattered refuge. It pulsed with a dangerous energy, the kind that stirred revolts, toppled thrones, and wrote history in fire. When the last hand had lifted, the woman in purple declared, "Then we are bound together. What was once whispered will become a cry. What was once a feast of fear will become a banquet of defiance." Vero's gaze swept across them. He no longer looked like a weary noble, but like a soldier again, scarred and unbroken. "The priests sent shadows tonight," he said. "Next time we send fire." A hush settled, heavy but not hopeless. The nobles knew the war for Rome's soul had begun, not with legions clashing in the fields, but with whispers at tables, oaths in hidden chambers, and courage sparked in the darkest night. Far from the villa where oaths had been sworn, deep beneath the marble floors of a forgotten temple, the priests gathered. Their chamber was a hollow cavern carved into the earth, its walls lined with votive masks staring down like silent witnesses. Oil lamps cast a wavering glow, their flames mirrored in a black pool at the chamber's center. The high augur stood at the pool's edge, his staff etched with the same runes that glowed on the masks. He did not look at his brothers. His gaze was fixed on the water's surface, which rippled, though no hand disturbed it. Images shimmered faintly, shadows of men and women pressing their palms to a cracked altar, lips moving in oath. The priests' voices rose in low, echoing tones. They defy us. They gather courage. They believe themselves hidden. The high augur raised his hand, silencing them. His voice was calm, measured, as though he had foreseen this very night. Rebellion always begins with whispers, but whispers can be strangled before they become cries. Another priest, his hood shadowing a scarred face, stepped forward. "The nobles have bound themselves together." That oath was not just words, it awakened Rome's old blood. You saw how the air trembled, The ancestors stirred. A murmur rippled through the circle. Some priests shifted uneasily. The ancestors were a dangerous force, loyal to no one, often turning against the living who dared call upon them. But the high augur only smiled faintly. Then let the ancestors watch. They will see their children kneel. He dipped his staff into the pool. The ripples spread outward, and with them came a vision, flames consuming a villa. Noble voices silenced mid-cry. Marble statues blackened into ashdot. The priests leaned closer. We must act before their courage hardens. One feast, one gathering more, and they will believe themselves stronger than us. The high augur's voice deepened. Then let their next gathering become their last. We will turn their own banquet into their tomb. Their cups will hold no wine, only silence. Their tables will bear no bread, only ashes. The priests bowed their heads, murmuring assent. Yet in their eyes flickered unease. To strike at Rome's nobles, so openly risked shaking the very city. But to hesitate meant losing the fear that bound the empire together. The high augur straightened, his staff dripping with black water. The masks have warned them. Now we send something greater. Not shadow, not iron, but flame. Let Rome learn that defiance against the temple is defiance against fate itself. The chamber fell into silence. Only the water shivered, reflecting the faint outline of nobles who did not yet know that their oath had been overheard, their defiance marked for destruction. The dawn that followed the night of oaths broke pale and uneasy over Rome in the courtyards. Fountains trickled as they always had, and merchants cried their wares in the streets. But beneath the hum of the city ran an undercurrent of tension, wordless, unseen, yet palpable. Inside Vero's villa, the conspirators gathered again, not in the atrium where the masks had appeared, but in a smaller chamber draped with heavy curtains. The air smelled of wax and incense, as if they sought to mask the scent of fear. Vero spoke first. His voice was low but steady, carrying the weight of a man who had known the battlefield. The priests know, we whisper. They will strike soon. We must act before their shadows return. The woman in purple leaned forward, her hands clasped around a cup of watered wine. We cannot meet them with swords. Iron will not shatter runes. To fight shadows, we need light. A younger noble, barely past his 20th year, frowned. Light? You mean torches? She shook her head. Not flame of wax or oil. Light of knowledge. Light of truth. Confusion rippled through the group. Vero's brow furrowed. Speak plainly. The woman's eyes gleamed in the dim chamber. Rome believes the priests keep the city safe, that their feasts, their sacrifices, their secret rites guard us from chaos. But what if the people saw their darkness? What if the city knew that behind their masks lurk not guardians, but tyrants? The nobles stirred uneasily. To challenge the priests openly was treason against centuries of tradition. But her words kindled a dangerous spark. Varro nodded slowly. Expose them. Turn their fear against them. But how? A senator whispered. Their halls are sealed. Their rights are forbidden to all but their own. The woman placed her cup aside. At the next feast, when they gather for their sacred banquet, we send one of our own inside. A spy, a witness. What he sees, what he survives, we spread across Rome. Not whispers, but proclamations. The chamber grew tense. One noble muttered, "A man who enters those halls does not return." Varro's gaze hardened. Then we choose someone who has already faced death and spat in its face, his hand pressed against his scarred chest, where years of battle had nearly claimed him. If Rome is to live, one of us must risk dying. The nobles looked at one another. None dared speak, for each feared his name might be chosen. At last the woman broke the silence. Then let it be decided tonight, a banquet of defiance. We eat as they eat, we drink as they drink, but our table will not tremble. And when one of us rises, he will walk into the lion's mouth, carrying the hope of Rome. The conspirators bowed their heads, not in prayer, but in grim agreement. The war of banquets had begun. Beneath the gilded roofs of Rome's holiest temple, the priests moved with ritual precision. Servants scurried across marble floors, laying out tables of cedar wood, polished to a mirror's sheen. Golden bowls were filled with figs and pomegranates, their ruby seeds glistening like spilled blood. Amphorae of wine stood ready, their clay sealed with wax etched in runes. But there was nothing ordinary about this feast. Every vessel, every dish, every cup had been touched by the priest's hands, murmured over in tongues older than Rome itself. The high augur strode between the tables, his robes heavy with embroidered symbols. He touched the rim of a goblet, and a faint shimmer rippled across the surface of the wine. "Let them drink," he said softly, "and their tongues shall still." Another priest, tall and gaunt, lifted a silver platter where roasted birds lay glistening. Their flesh carried the sheen of honey, but beneath it lingered the bitter sting of hidden powders. "This will silence the breath within them," he said. The high augur's lips curled faintly. "Not all must die. Fear is strongest when a few survive to carry the tale. Let one or two crawl back to their kind, their bellies filled with ash, their voices broken. The city will learn, to dine against the temple is to dine with death." At the far end of the hall, braziers glowed with a low, unnatural fire. The priests cast handfuls of herbs into the flames, and the smoke rose in twisting patterns. Shapes seemed to form within its faces, mouths opening in silent screams. The smoke drifted toward the banquet tables, as though hungry for the feast to come. One younger priest hesitated. His hand trembled as he placed olives on a silver tray. "High Augur, what if the Senate learns we turned their feast into slaughter? Will Rome not rise against us?" The augur turned his masked face toward him, voice like stone. "Rome cannot rise without breath, and when the city trembles, who do they seek? Not their senators, not their generals. They come to us, begging for omens, for safety, for mercy. Fear is not our enemy. Fear is our altar." The others murmured in assent. The younger priest lowered his eyes and finished his task in silence. When the preparations were complete, the high augur stood at the head of the tables. He raised his staff, carved with runes that pulsed faintly in the brazier's glow. "Tomorrow the nobles feast. Tomorrow Rome learns obedience anew. Let the banquets of men end. Let the banquets of fate begin." The priests bowed, their chants filling the temple like the grinding of stone against stone. The feast was ready, a trap gleaming in gold and silver, waiting for its prey. The villa doors closed with a heavy thud, sealing away the world outside. Within, the chamber flickered with lamplight. Its walls hung with crimson draperies to deaden the sound. No servant stood watch. No guards lingered in the shadows. The nobles had dismissed them all. This was a gathering meant for their ears alone. On a low table lay platters of bread, bowls of olives, and cups of wine. Yet no hand reached for them. Hunger was forgotten. This was not a feast of indulgence, but of defiance. Varro stood at the head of the table. The scar across his cheek caught the lamplight as he spoke, his voice rough with determination. "Rome's priests prepare their tables. We all know what waits for us. Their poison in the bread, silence in the cup. They mean to turn banquets into graves." The woman in purple lifted her chin. "Then we must strike first, not with blades, not with fire, but with courage sharper than either. If one of us walks into their hall, sees what lies beneath their feast, and returns alive, Rome itself will see them for what they are." A ripple of unease passed through the chamber. The nobles exchanged glances, their silence heavier than stone. To enter the priest's banquet was to step willingly into a tomb at last. The young noble who had spoken so rashly before clenched his fists. "Choose me. My life is worth little. If I fall, Rome loses nothing." Varro's eyes softened, but he shook his head. "No, they will expect youth to break. They will mock your courage and smother it before it can burn." The woman's gaze swept the table. We need one who can endure, who can survive what no man should. This choice is not sacrifice alone. It is endurance. For a moment, silence stretched like a blade drawn too long. Then Varro placed his palm flat against the table. I will go. The chamber erupted in protest. Senators rose to their feet, voices clashing like steel. You are too valuable. If you fall, the rest of us are lost. Your name carries weight. If you die, fear will drown us. But Varro's voice cut through them like thunder. And if I live, Rome will believe. They will not dismiss the word of a scarred soldier who has faced both battlefield and banquet. Let the priests see that I do not tremble. The nobles fell into silence, struck by the unyielding fire in his voice. The woman in purple studied him for a long moment, then bowed her head. Then so be it. Varro shall carry our defiance into the lion's mouth. They raised their cups not to drink, but to seal the vow. Wine gleamed in the lamplight, untouched, yet heavy with meaning. That night, their secret banquet ended not with laughter, but with silence and steel in their hearts. The priests would set their trap, but Rome's defiance now had a name. The dawn broke, cold and gray, a pale light slipping through the shutters of Varro's chamber. He had not slept. Instead, he sat at the edge of his bed. His scarred hands rested on his knees, clenched too tightly to be still. Once, preparation meant sharpening a sword, oiling leather straps, or whispering a prayer before battle. Now, there was no steel to hone, no shield to raise. His weapon would be his endurance, his defiance, his refusal to yield where others might fall. A servant entered quietly, setting down a basin of water. Varro dismissed him with a nod. Alone, he leaned forward and washed his face, the cold biting his skin. He caught his reflection in the rippling surface. The scar across his cheek seemed darker, deeper, a mark of battles survived and of the one yet to come. The woman in purple entered, her steps soft against the stone floor. She carried no jewels today, only a cloak of deep violet that trailed behind her like dusk. "You have decided, then?" she asked, though her eyes already knew the answer. "I decided long ago," Varro replied. "Every feast of theirs is a battlefield, and I have lived too long to watch." Rome kneel without lifting a hand. She placed a small object on the table, beside him a bronze token, etched with the image of a laurel wreath. "Carry this. It belonged to my father. He believed Rome's strength lay not in temples, nor in swords, but in the courage of her children. Let it remind you." Varro picked up the token. He closed his fist around it and nodded. "I will return it to you." Her lips pressed into a faint smile, though her eyes betrayed the weight of her worry. "If you do not, then at least Rome will remember. Later, as the sun climbed higher, Varro stood in the atrium where the nobles gathered to send him off. They did not speak grand words. None were needed. Instead, each clasped his hand, their grips lingering as if to pass fragments of strength into him. When the young noble's turn came, he leaned close and whispered, "If you falter, remember, we wait for you. All of Rome waits." Varro placed the bronze token in his pocket, adjusted his cloak, and drew a long breath. The air of Rome, tinged with dust and smoke, filled his lungs. He had marched to war across deserts and rivers, but never had a journey felt so heavy, nor so necessary as he stepped into the street. The city bustled around him, unaware that within the day, one man would carry its fate into the jaws of shadows and fire. Rome awoke to the hum of ordinary life, yet beneath the surface, something felt amiss. The streets bustled with merchants calling their wares honeyed figs, salted fish, bolts of dyed cloths, but their voices carried a nervous edge, as if each cry was cut short by unseen ears. Word had spread, though no one could say how. The priests would host a great banquet that night. Whispers claimed it was to honor the gods, to bless the harvest, to keep famine from the city's gates. But others muttered darker things, that the priests sought to bind the Senate in silence, that not all who entered would leave again. Children played in the alleyways, tossing dice on the worn stones, but even their laughter seemed restrained. Housewives at the fountains filled their jars quickly, eyes darting as if the water itself carried secrets. Soldiers on patrol kept their hands on their hilts, though no riots stirred. Rome held its breath. Varro walked among them cloaked in plain garb, his scar hidden beneath the hood of his mantle. None knew who he was or where he walked, but he saw the city with sharpened eyes. Every corner, every whispered rumor seemed to weigh upon his shoulders. These people, unaware, carried their lives in baskets and jars, while he carried their fate in his chest. As he passed the forum, he paused to watch a group of orators argue. Their voices clashed about taxes, about roads, about trivial disputes, but beneath it all ran the deeper silence of fear. None dared speak of the priests aloud. Varro clenched the bronze token in his pocket, the laurel wreath pressing into his palm. The woman in purple's words returned to him. Rome's strength lies in her children. At noon, the temple bells tolled. A low, sonorous sound rolled through the streets like a warning. Citizens lifted their heads, listening as though the bells themselves carried omens. Some crossed themselves with signs of the gods. Others hurried indoors. The feast had been announced. By evening, the city shifted. Torches lit the streets in golden lines. guiding processions toward the temple. Senators in fine robes, nobles with gilded sandals, and envoys from distant provinces all made their way up the marble steps. Their faces bore masks of calm, but their eyes flickered with unease. Varro followed at a distance, heart steady, steps measured. He was not a senator tonight, not a noble or a general only, a man stepping willingly into the maw of fate. Behind him, in secret chambers, the nobles waited for his return. Ahead of him, the temple doors loomed, carved with gods whose stony eyes seemed to watch his every breath. Rome itself seemed to whisper, one man, one night, one choice. The temple doors groaned open, and a gust of incense rolled outward, heavy and sweet, clinging to the throats of those who entered. Within, the vast hall glimmered with firelight. Hundreds of bronze lamps flickered against marble pillars, their flames bending in the thick air. Tables stretched endlessly, laden with delicacies, pheasants roasted in saffron, bowls of olives glistening with oil, figs split open like jewels, and amphorae of wine deep as blood. Yet no one reached for the food. The guests sat stiff, cloaked in silence, each waiting for another to move first. At the head of the hall sat the priests. They were dressed not in the humble linen of worship, but in robes of gold-threaded crimson, their faces shadowed by high headdresses. Their eyes gleamed like predators behind painted masks of ivory and obsidian. Varro slipped inside, unseen among the senators. He kept his hood low, his scar hidden, though the air pressed upon him like a hand at his throat. Every sense sharpened, the scent of burning myrrh, the metallic temps of bronze, the hush of whispers darting like insects across the hall. A herald struck a gong. The sound boomed through the chamber, shaking the wine in its jars. One of the priests rose, lifting a golden chalice. "Rome feasts tonight," he intoned, voice smooth as oil. "Rome drinks of unity. Rome eats of silence. So the gods demand, so we obey." The crowd murmured assent, though unease laced every syllable. Servants entered, silent as shades, carrying more platters. Yet Varro noticed something. The servants' wrists bore thin bronze bands, marked with strange runes, and their eyes never lifted from the floor. They moved not like free men, but like bound instruments. A senator beside him leaned close, whispering, "Do you smell it?" The incense stronger than ever. His words slurred, his pupils wide, as if the very air dulled his senses. Varro steadied his breath. The incense was not merely fragrant, it was laced with something else. A drug, a poison of the mind. The priests meant to bind the Senate not with chains, but with smoke and silence. At the far table, A priest clapped his hands. From behind a curtain, slaves dragged forth a marble chest bound in iron. It was laid upon the banquet floor with reverence. The chest hummed faintly, as if something inside strained to be free. Varro's chest tightened. He knew instinctively this was the relic, the very one that had poisoned Rome's heart for generations. The priests began to chant. The hall darkened as shadows thickened at the corners, gathering like smoke. Senators shifted uneasily, yet none dared rise. Varro's hand slipped into his cloak, fingers brushing the bronze token. His heart pounded, not with fear, but with clarity. Tonight, the veil would lift. The chanting began low, a hum that trembled through the stone floor. At first, it was only the priests, their masked voices blending into a strange monotone. But soon, the air itself seemed to join, vibrating with the rhythm. The lamps flickered, shadows bending toward the marble chest as though drawn by invisible threads. The senators shifted uneasily. Some pressed hands to their ears, yet the sound persisted not through air, but through bone. Varro felt it in his ribs, a pulsing drumbeat echoing inside his chest. The chief priest lifted his hands, sleeves falling back to reveal wrists inked with runes. His voice rang out, breaking the hum into words. Rome feeds on silence. Rome drinks of the hidden. Rome binds the living with the bones of the forgotten. At those words, the slaves bearing the bronze bands knelt as one, heads lowered to the ground. Their bodies quivered as though the chant had stolen their will. The chest glowed faintly brighter, a pale sheen seeping from the cracks where marble met iron. A faint sound emerged, neither voice nor wind, but something between. It was as if whispers had been locked within 4 centuries, and now they stirred, desperate for release. Varro's pulse raced. He glanced around the table. Some senators stared, transfixed, their eyes glassy from the incense. Others clutched goblets of wine as though the ritual could be drowned in drink. Yet none rose to stop it. Fear had shackled every man in place. A senator across the hall finally stood, his toga trembling about him. "This is madness," he cried. "We are Rome, not slaves to mutterings in a box." The room fell silent. The priests turned their masked faces toward him as one. The chief priest extended a finger. A servant stepped forward, carrying a goblet of wine so dark it seemed black. Without a word, the senator was forced to drink. He gagged, coughed, then fell still. His eyes glazed, his body stiffened, and he sank back into his seat, docile as a puppet. The chanting resumed, louder now, the rhythm accelerating. The iron bindings on the chest rattled as though struck from within. Dust fell from the ceiling, Pharaoh's hand closed tighter around the bronze token hidden beneath his cloak. He could feel its warmth pulse against his palm, in rhythm with the chest itself, as if both were tied to the same ancient heartbeat. The chief priest raised his arms higher, his voice thunderous. "Tonight, Rome dines with her dead." And with a booming crack, the first iron band snapped free of the marble chest. The marble chest shuddered as the iron bands cracked one by one, echoing through the cavernous hall. Smoke from the braziers coiled around it like serpents, carrying the scent of burnt incense and something far older, something rotten and metallic. Pharaoh's eyes narrowed beneath his hood. He could feel the pulse of the chest in the bronze token at his chest, as if the two shared a heartbeat older than Rome itself. He took a careful step forward, every nerve screaming. The chief priest lowered his arms, and the chanting fell into a tense silence. The hall felt impossibly still. Even the senators, those not yet incapacitated by the incense, held their breath, frozen in place by fear and awe. The top of the chest lifted slowly, as if some invisible hand pushed it open. A low hiss escaped, like air drawn from 1,000 lungs at once. Shadows leaped along the walls, stretching and twisting unnaturally, while a faint greenish light spilled from the opening. Inside lay objects that no Roman had seen before. A crown of blackened gold, twisted and warped. A dagger carved from a single deep red gemstone, its edge gleaming like liquid. And a scroll, ancient beyond comprehension, tied with a ribbon of silver thread that seemed to pulse as though alive. The priests stepped closer, reverence etched into every motion. One reached toward the crown, but before it could be lifted, the chest shuddered violently. The whispers inside rose into a chorus, unintelligible yet full of menace, and smoke poured from the gaps, curling like living tendrils. A senator screamed, clutching his chest. Others stumbled back as the light flickered, casting grotesque shadows that danced like phantoms across the walls. Pharaoh's hand tightened around the bronze token. This is Ithahat of their power, he thought. The object that has ruled Rome in shadows for centuries. The scroll shifted, unfurling slightly of its own accord, revealing symbols that writhed on the parchment. He recognized no language. The letters seemed to crawl like insects, and a chill ran up his spine. The dagger shimmered in the torchlight, reflecting the green glow like a liquid mirror. Even the crown seemed to hum, a vibration that resonated through the floor and into the very bones of everyone present. The chief priest finally spoke, voice calm but icy. "Behold, the source of obedience, the relic that bends minds, feeds fear, and ensures silence. Whoever controls this controls Rome." Varro took a quiet step forward, unseen by most. His mind raced. If he could expose these relics, if he could survive the night, the noble's defiance would gain meaning. If he failed, no one would speak again. The hall held its breath. The whispers rose, shadows crept closer, and the first brush of fate reached for Varro as he stood at the edge of the chest, heart pounding, the bronze token warm and alive against his palm. The green light from the chest pulsed like a heartbeat, spreading tendrils of shadow across the marble floor. Senators trembled, clutching their togas, as an unnatural chill seeped into their bones. The incense smoke twisted higher, forming shapes that writhed and hissed with voices no human tongue could speak. Varro's hand tightened around the bronze token. It is more than relics. They are alive, he realized, every instinct screaming. The crown quivered on its blackened gold filigree, and the dagger's crimson edge shimmered, casting eerie reflections that slashed across the terrified faces. The whispers within the chest coalesced into distinct syllables. They seemed to echo in the walls themselves. Obey, bend, kneel. The words were not heard with ears, but felt in the mind, like icy claws gripping memory. One senator screamed, staggering forward as his eyes rolled white, lips murmuring prayers that fell flat against the relic's power. Others slumped, their limbs rigid, as though unseen strings had seized their joints. Varro's vision blurred, but he planted his feet firmly, forcing breath through clenched teeth. The bronze token pulsed in his hand, sending warmth into his palm, a counterweight to the chilling tendrils crawling toward him. It is the only anchor here, he thought, keeping his mind tethered to something human, something real. The dagger rose slightly, as if drawn by invisible hands, spinning in the green glow. The crown trembled, emitting a faint hum that resonated through the hall. The silver-threaded scroll fluttered as if breathing, the symbols on it writhing faster. Drawing light from the lamps themselves, a priest stepped forward to lift the crown. But before his hand could touch it, a shadow surged from the chest, dark and twisting, wrapping around his arm. He screamed as his body convulsed violently, then collapsed, unconscious or worse, trapped within the shadows. The other priests froze, panic flickering behind their masks. Even they had underestimated the power they had summoned. Varro knew he had only seconds. One step closer to the chest, and he could seize the scroll or dagger. But the shadows were hungry, reaching for any warmth, any life they could drain. His breath came in harsh gasps, heart thundering like a war drum, yet his mind sharpened. If I hesitate, all Rome falls silent. If I act, there is hope. He lifted a hand, the bronze token glowing faintly. and prepared to reach for the scroll, the key to revealing the priest's dark power to the world. The hall trembled. Whispers rose to a scream. Shadows surged higher. And for the first time, the banquet that had promised silence became a battlefield of light, courage, and ancient, restless power. Varro stepped closer, each footfall silent against the marble floor, though the shadows seemed to hiss and coil with each movement. The green glow of the chest pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, and the bronze token in his hand warmed, guiding him like a faint beacon through the dark. He extended a hand toward the silver-threaded scroll. Its symbols writhed as if alive, flickering in shapes that threatened to claw at his mind. The shadows surged faster, stretching toward him with long, grasping fingers that were both smoke and darkness, both weightless and suffocating. A priest lunged, attempting to block him, but a shadowed tendril whipped around the man's legs, pulling him violently back. The priest screamed, his voice strangled as the shadows twisted higher, devouring his figure until only his mask remained, floating eerily above the floor. Varro ignored the chaos, focusing on the scroll. His fingers brushed the silver thread. The moment he touched it, a jolt of energy shot through him, sharp and cold, like lightning striking bone. Symbols burned into his vision, whispering secrets he could barely comprehend. Enchant rites, forbidden knowledge, curses buried for centuries. The crown trembled violently, and the dagger leaped as though alive, spinning above the chest. Shadows from the chest surged upward in a wave, attempting to engulf Varro completely. He planted his feet, gritting his teeth, letting the warmth of the token spread through his body, anchoring his mind and soul. The whispers grew deafening. Obey, kneel, serve, join. They pressed against his thoughts, clawing at his memory, threatening to drag him into the same trance that gripped the senators. Varro gritted his teeth, ignoring the pain. With a sudden surge, he snatched the scroll from the chest, clutching it to his chest. Immediately, the shadows recoiled, shrieking in a sound that was both silence and scream, hissing as if wounded by his defiance. The crown and dagger wavered, threatening to leap back into the chest, but Varro's determination radiated outward. He could feel the token pulsing stronger, feeding his resolve, repelling the encroaching darkness. One of the priests attempted to reach for him, chanting in a desperate attempt to reclaim the relic. But the shadows lashed out, wrapping around him, dragging him to the floor with a force that was more than physical. A will made flesh from centuries of fear. Varro stumbled back, scroll clutched to his chest, breathing ragged, eyes wide. Around him, the senators slowly began to stir, their trance weakening as the power of the relic shifted. For the first time in decades, The banquet hall felt vulnerable. The chest, still glowing, now seemed smaller, less commanding. The shadows shivered, retreating back into the marble. Biding their time, Varro raised the scroll, his pulse steadied by the bronze token. The first strike against centuries of terror had been made. The moment Varro seized the scroll, the air in the banquet hall seemed to shatter. Shadows recoiled, then surged again, twisting like living serpents in a frenzy. The priests' masked faces turned toward him, their eyes flashing with fury beneath the ivory and obsidian. The high augur banged his staff on the marble floor, the sound echoing like thunder. "Seize him," he roared, voice slicing through the chaos. "He dares touch what no mortal should." The priests leaped forward, chanting in voices so low and resonant that the very walls seemed to vibrate. Symbols carved into the floor began to glow faintly, lines of power radiating outward from the chest, attempting to ensnare Varro in their invisible grip. Varro stumbled backward, clutching the scroll tightly. Shadows shot toward him, coiling around his legs, trying to drag him down. The bronze token glowed brighter in his palm, warmth surging through his body and anchoring his mind against the psychic assault. A priest lunged, robes flaring, hand outstretched. As it neared Varro, a wave of energy pulsed from the scroll. Light flared, green and silver, knocking the priest back against a marble pillar. His mask shattered, revealing eyes wide with shock and fear. The other priests faltered, uncertainty flickering across their faces for the first time. They had never faced one who could touch the relic and resist its control. The air thickened with incense and power, and the shadows hissed in frustration, writhing violently around the chest. One priest screamed, voice cracking, "No, it cannot be. The chosen guard he cannot resist." Varro took a careful step forward, the bronze token glowing like a heartbeat in his hand. "Rome is not yours to command," he shouted, his voice steady despite the chaos. "Your tyranny ends tonight." The high augur's staff slammed again, a pulse of dark energy surging outward. Several senators, still recovering from the earlier haze, were knocked to the floor by invisible force, but the effect on Varro was muted. The token seemed to shield him, and the scroll pulsed with a protective rhythm. The priests regrouped, whispering frantic incantations, attempting to regain control. Yet, for the first time in centuries, they were on the defensive. Shadows retreated, curling into corners, as if afraid of the combined defiance of the token and the scroll. Varro's eyes darted to the crown and the dagger, both still trembling on the chest. "I will not stop at the scroll," he muttered. "Everything you've hidden will be revealed." The high augur's voice thundered again, louder and more furious than before. Then let the banquet become a battlefield. Let the shadows devour the insolent one. The hall erupted in tension, light and shadow clashing, as the priests prepared their deadliest measures. But the first blow had been struck-hand. The tide had shifted, if only slightly, in Varro's favor. Varro's eyes darted to the red gemstone dagger, its edge catching the flickering lamplight like a drop of liquid fire. He knew that seizing it could amplify his defiance, or it could cost him everything. But hesitation had no place here. The priest's shadows surged closer with every heartbeat. He shifted, stepping between the writhing darkness and the marble chest. Shadows hissed, lashing at him like living whips. But the bronze token pulsed hotter in his hand, anchoring his mind and body. The dagger seemed almost to float above the chest, drawn to the scroll's energy and Varro's resolve. As he reached for it, the High Augur raised his staff, unleashing a pulse of dark energy that threw senators and priests alike to the floor. The marble trembled beneath the force. Varro leaped forward, vaulting over a fallen pillar, ignoring the heat of the shadows licking at his arms. His hand closed around the dagger's hilt, and instantly a jolt of energy shot through him, cold, sharp, and alive. The weapon hummed in his grip, resonating with the scroll he held in his other hand. A piercing scream echoed from the chest. Shadows surged violently, attempting to drag Varro into the green glow. But the combination of token, scroll, and dagger created a shield of light. He could feel the relics feeding off each other, amplifying his own will. The High Augur's eyes flared behind his mask. Impossible. The Chosen cannot hold them both. Varro swung the dagger instinctively, its edge slicing through a coil of shadows that had lunged at him. The tendrils recoiled, hissing and shrieking as if wounded. Around him, the hall quaked as priests scrambled to regain control, their chants frantic and discordant. Senators who had been paralyzed began to stir, drawn back to awareness by the relic's combined energy. Murmurs of awe spread through them. Some scrambled to escape, others stared, frozen. As Varro's defiance lit the hall with an almost blinding intensity, the crown atop the chest wavered, tilting slightly as if acknowledging the power now in Varro's grasp. Though he could not lift it yet, its presence seemed diminished in the shadow of the dagger and scroll. Varro's chest heaved as he steadied himself. Every sense was alive. He could feel the shadows recoiling, the relics thrumming, the terrified heartbeat of the hall pulsing beneath his feet. The first strike had been made with the scroll, but now the dagger sang a new song, one of rebellion, of courage, of a man who refused to kneel for the first time. The priest's confidence faltered. Their centuries of control had met a force that refused to submit, and the banquet hall once their arena, now trembled under the weight of defiance. The hall trembled as Varro advanced. In one hand, the silver-threaded scroll pulsed with ancient knowledge, symbols writhing like living snakes. In the other, the red gemstone dagger sang with energy, a liquid flame of power that cut through the thick, oppressive shadows. The high augur stood at the head of the chamber, staff raised, robes flaring like blood in torchlight. His voice boomed, "You dare challenge me, insolent mortal. You hold the relics, but you do not understand their power." Varro's jaw tightened. "I understand enough," he said, voice steady, "to know Rome deserves truth, not tyranny." With a sudden surge, the shadows lunged, but Varro moved with precision. He waved the dagger in an arc, and a pulse of crimson energy shot outward, slicing through tendrils and coils, dispersing them into writhing wisps. The scroll's runes glowed brightly, amplifying the dagger's strike, creating a barrier that the shadows dared not breach. The high augur faltered, his staff slamming against the floor, sending shockwaves through the marble. The chest trembled violently, but the relics in Varro's hands resonated with defiance, holding it at bay. "Fool," the augur roared, stepping forward. "You cannot contain the power of centuries." Varro's eyes met the augur's through the mask. With a swift motion, he thrust the dagger toward the staff, the gemstone blade gleaming as though it had absorbed the scroll's energy. Sparks of green and red light collided where the weapons met, and the hall shook with the force of ancient wills clashing. The priests around him cried out, their chants cracking and splintering into desperate fragments. Shadows recoiled, retreating from the combined energy of the relics. Senators gasped and stumbled, caught between awe and terror. As the high augur was forced backward, staff trembling in his grasp, Varro advanced again, chanting the words he had glimpsed in the scroll, letting them flow through him. Each word resonated with power, weaving a counter-magic that struck at the augur's staff and the chest itself. With a final, decisive thrust, Varro struck the staff with the dagger. A blinding flash erupted, filling the hall with green and red light. The shadows shrieked, the chest shuddered violently, and the high augur collapsed to his knees. Powerless, for the first time in centuries, Varro stood, breathing heavily, the dagger and scroll pulsing with energy. Around him, the banquet hall lay in chaos-burned shadows, scattered, toppled furniture, terrified but awakening senators. For the first time, the priests' centuries of control were broken. The relics had been wrested from their grasp, and the power of fear that had gripped Rome trembled on the edge of collapse. The hall trembled like a living beast, but Varro did not hesitate. Clutching the silver-threaded scroll and the red gemstone dagger, he moved swiftly through the chaos. Shadows that had once clawed at him recoiled in fear, twisted and writhing as if sensing the defiance within him. The high augur struggled to rise, staff quivering, his robes torn by the battle's force. Priests scrambled to regain control, chanting furiously, but the power of centuries had been disrupted. The relics in Vero's hands pulsed with a combined force, creating a path of light through the darkened hall. Vero's eyes flicked toward the exits. The temple's grand doors loomed ahead, carved with scenes of gods and heroes. Smoke and green light poured from the chest, tendrils of shadow snapping at the priests behind him, but not daring to follow. A priest lunged, robes flaring, chanting in desperation, but Vero swung the dagger. Crimson energy surged outward, sending the attacker sprawling into a column. The scroll glowed with silver light, forming a protective barrier that deflected another wave of dark magic. The senators, who had been frozen by fear, now scrambled to their feet, some rushing to aid him, others fleeing. Vero's pace did not waver. Every step brought him closer to freedom, but every pulse of energy from the chest reminded him that the priest's power was not yet fully broken. He leaped over a fallen table, the dagger humming in one hand, the scroll held tight in the other. Behind him, the shadows shrieked, lashing toward the walls and ceilings, coiling like black smoke. But the relic's combined energy formed a corridor of light, guiding him forward. At last, the temple doors were within reach. Vero slammed them open, and the cool night air rushed in. The torches along the steps of Rome's Grand Plaza flickered, illuminating the figure of a man standing tall amidst chaos, holding relics that had ruled a city in silence for centuries. Behind him, the temple trembled violently. Shadows writhed, priests screamed, and the chest shuddered one last time before falling silent. Varro did not look back. Every step down the marble steps brought him further from the darkness, further toward freedom, and closer to revealing Rome's long-hidden secrets. Finally, he paused at the bottom of the steps, chest heaving, eyes scanning the city that slept under a veil of fear. The scroll and dagger pulsed faintly, their energy still alive, but no longer threatening him. Rome's fate had shifted. For the first time in generations, the people had a chance to see the truth. Vero's hand brushed the bronze token in his pocket. A quiet smile crossed his face. The battle had been won, but the war for Rome's soul was only beginning. The villa doors opened quietly, though the tension inside had grown unbearable in the hours of waiting. The nobles, cloaked in shadows, held their breaths as Vero stepped across the threshold. The silver-threaded scroll and red gemstone dagger held aloft. For a long moment, no one moved. Senators and nobles alike stared, their eyes wide with disbelief. The man who had entered the temple alone, facing shadows, relics, and centuries of unbroken power had returned. Relics in hand, unharmed, Vero's hood fell back, revealing the scar across his cheek, a silent testimony to battles survived. He placed the scroll on the low table, its silver threads pulsing faintly. The dagger followed, crimson edge catching the flickering lamplight. The woman in purple stepped forward, eyes wide, voice trembling. You have returned, both alive and victorious. Vero nodded, exhaustion heavy in every movement. Alive, and with proof. The relics are ours now, though the priests will not forgive what has been done tonight. A murmur rippled through the room. The nobles leaned closer, examining the scroll and dagger. The air vibrated with their shared awe, a mixture of fear and exhilaration. For centuries, these objects had been symbols of silent control, instruments of terror hidden behind ritual and smoke. Now, they sat on a table, inert in human hands, yet still thrumming faintly with ancient power. One of the older senators, voice shaking, finally spoke. Rome, we may finally see clearly. If what you've brought us is truth, then our city has been blind for generations. Varro placed the bronze token on the table beside the scroll and dagger. Its warmth spread across the surface, merging with the relic's power, creating a faint aura of light. These items are dangerous, yes, he said, but they can no longer rule Rome in secret. The priest's control is broken. We must decide carefully how to reveal this truth. A younger noble, trembling with excitement, asked, "What will we do with them, Varro? Do we destroy them?" Varro shook his head. Destroying them would only feed fear of the unknown. We will guard them, we will study them, and we will ensure that Rome learns to rule without shadows dictating her course. The nobles exchanged determined glances. A sense of unity, of shared purpose, spread through the chamber. For the first time in decades, the ruling class of Rome felt a pulse of hope and energy, untainted by fear. Guided by courage and insight, Varro leaned back, letting exhaustion settle into his limbs, but his mind remained sharp. The night's struggle had been only the beginning. The real challenge now was to wield the knowledge and power of the relics wisely, to guide Rome toward a future unchained from centuries of silent tyranny. A hush fell over the room as all eyes turned to the scroll and dagger. Ancient secrets lay before them, waiting to reshape the city, and Varro knew the responsibility was heavier than any blade or token he had ever carried. The villa was quiet now, though the tension of the night lingered in every corner. Varro stood at the head of a long oak table, the silver-threaded scroll and red gemstone dagger placed before him, bronze token beside them glowing faintly. Still recovering from the shock of the temple's events, gathered around, some whispered urgently, while others simply stared, awed by the relic's presence. For the first time in decades, they faced the unfiltered truth of the priest's power. Varro began, voice calm but firm. These relics are not mere ornaments of superstition. They hold the very mechanisms of fear that have controlled Rome for generations. Tonight, we broke that control. But breaking it is not enough. We must decide what to do with this knowledge. An elder senator, his toga folded with care, leaned forward. We must study them, learn their limits, their influence. If we act hastily, we risk repeating the mistakes of those before us. Varro nodded, hands resting on the table. Agreed? The scroll contains knowledge older than Rome itself. The dagger, its edge infused with ancient energy, can defend or destroy. Together, they are a key to understanding the shadows that have bound our city. A young noblewoman spoke up, her voice trembling but determined. We cannot hide this forever. The people of Rome deserve to know the truth. The priests have manipulated fear for too long. The council murmured agreement. They were cautious, but hope had begun to replace fear in their hearts. The relic's glow seemed to pulse in rhythm with their determination, a silent encouragement that the path forward could be one of courage rather than submission. Varro gestured to the scroll. We will record everything, every word, every symbol, every insight. This knowledge will be preserved, not for the priests, not for shadows, but for the city itself. And the dagger. He lifted it slightly, letting the red gemstone catch the torchlight. This will be our safeguard. If the darkness rises again, we will be ready. The nobles nodded solemnly. Plans began to form guardians for the relics, scribes to decipher the scroll, strategies to dismantle the priest's remaining influence. The villa was alive with quiet energy, a council no longer bound by fear but guided by insight and determination. Varro allowed himself a brief glance at the bronze token. Its warmth reassured him. The night had been long, the struggle fierce, but the first true steps toward a Rome freed from centuries of silent tyranny had begun. Outside, the city slept under the veil of stars, unaware that within a quiet villa, a new dawn of knowledge and courage was taking root. Shadows that had once commanded obedience were retreating, and the heartbeat of Rome, long subdued, began to quicken with anticipation. The streets of Rome were quieter than usual the following morning. Merchants arranged their stalls with unusual energy, whispering to one another, while children ran freely, unchained from the invisible fear that had gripped the city for decades. Though defeated in the temple, had left remnants of their power scattered throughout the city. Statues, symbols, and edicts still bore their mark, and many citizens moved cautiously, unsure if the night's events were rumor or truth. Accompanied by a small group of nobles, moved through the streets, carrying the relics carefully concealed under dark cloaks. Every passerby they passed glanced nervously, sensing a subtle shift in the air. Though none could say why, word had begun to spread. The temple's power had been broken. Whispers traveled from market to fountain, from villa to villa. The citizens did not yet fully understand what had happened, but the fear that had kept them obedient for generations was loosening its grip. Vero paused at the forum, surveying the square. Statues of gods and past rulers caught the early sunlight, and for the first time he imagined Rome unshackled, not ruled by shadows. He felt the bronze token pulse against his chest, a quiet reassurance that his path was true. A small group of former senators approached, their expressions a mixture of fear, hope, and awe. The priests, they are powerless, one asked, voice hushed. Vero nodded. The temple no longer dictates Rome's silence. The relics have been secured, and their influence broken. But we must be vigilant. Shadows do not vanish entirely. They linger, waiting for the unprepared. The nobles spread throughout the city, quietly reassuring merchants, teachers, and citizens. Word of defiance spread faster than any official announcement could manage. The fear that had ruled Rome for centuries began to dissolve, replaced by cautious optimism. By midday, small gatherings of citizens were seen discussing the priest's fall, the relic's power, and the courage of the man who had faced shadows alone. Murmurs of hope turned to laughter, and laughter, rare as it had been in recent times, echoed through alleyways and squares. Vero watched from a distance, holding the scroll and dagger. The city was not yet free, but the first domino had fallen. For generations, fear had dictated action, obedience had ruled thought, and the priests had reigned in silence. Tonight, Rome would sleep under a different sky no longer colored by shadows, but open to the dawn of knowledge and courage. And in that moment, Vero understood the weight of the journey ahead. The relics were powerful. In the shadowed halls of a forgotten catacomb beneath the city, the surviving priests gathered, their robes, tattered and singed from the temple's collapse, swayed in the cold underground air. The high augur sat at the head of a stone table, eyes glowing faintly behind his cracked mask. "They took the relics," he whispered, voice like the scraping of bones. "They wield them against us. Rome dares defy centuries of obedience." One of the younger priests, trembling, asked, "What can we do?" The chosen Varohi survived the temple, defied the relic's power, and led the nobles. Our influence is shattered. The augur's hand clenched into a fist. Influence is fragile, yes, but shadows linger. Fear does not die. We will remind Rome of its fragility. We will strike where they least expect. A map was unfurled across the stone table. Locations of key nobles, civic centers, and hidden altars were marked in crimson ink. If we cannot rule openly, the augur continued, we will strike in secret. The scroll may guide them, the dagger may protect them, but Rome remains vulnerable. Symbols, whispers, illusions, we will remind them of the darkness they cannot escape. Another priest leaned closer, voice eager yet fearful. And the people, they have begun to awaken, to trust in Varro. Can we not turn them against him? The high augur's smile was thin, cruel. The people are clay, and clay can be reshaped. A spark of fear here, a whisper of doubt there. And soon even the bravest will question the courage of their champions. He stood, robes flowing like smoke, and began tracing a complex pattern on the catacomb floor. Each symbol burned faintly, connecting the priest's own lingering powers to hidden corners of the city. We will awaken ancient rites, hidden from even Varro. We will make shadows rise again. But this time they will serve us in secrecy. The relics may be powerful, but power alone does not secure loyalty. Fear secures obedience. A murmur of agreement spread among the priests. They had lost the battle at the temple, but the war was far from over. They would work in silence, in shadows, moving unseen through the city. Rome may have celebrated a fleeting dawn, but darkness, patient and cunning, was preparing its return. The high augur leaned back, hands clasped, eyes glinting with malevolence. Let Varro lead the nobles, let Rome awaken. But remember this, even the brightest day eventually bows to night. A cold wind swept through the catacomb, carrying with it the scent of ancient incense and decay. The priest's whispers grew louder, echoing in the stone corridors. Every plan, every ritual, every shadowed scheme began to take root. Above ground, the city stirred, unaware that while hope had been rekindled, a subtle, dangerous darkness was already plotting its return. The morning sun filtered through the tall windows of the villa, casting golden light across the council chamber. Varro sat at the head of the table, eyes scanning the silver-threaded scroll and the red gemstone dagger. For the past days, he had focused on studying the relics, understanding their powers, and guiding the nobles toward a cautious governance. Yet an uneasy tension lingered in the air. Reports from messengers had begun to trickle in small incidents that seemed unrelated but hinted at a hidden hand. Markets disrupted, messages mysteriously delayed, and citizens behaving strangely as if recalling fears long thought buried. Varro frowned, tracing a finger across the symbols on the scroll. There were passages he had not yet fully deciphered, references to hidden servitors and shadowed rites that could manipulate minds from afar. His pulse quickened. The priest's influence was not yet gone. A young noble approached, breathless. Varro, we received word of strange gatherings in the southern districts. People vanish for hours, then return as if nothing happened. Some speak of visions, shadows moving on their own. Varro's eyes narrowed. The priests, he whispered, they are rebuilding silently. The relics may have broken their overt control, but their schemes continue underground. We cannot underestimate them. He opened the scroll further, letting the silver-threaded ribbon unfurl across the table. Ancient symbols shimmered faintly, almost reacting to his growing concern. Lines of power traced patterns that corresponded eerily to the districts where reports of strange activity had arisen. This is worse than I feared, he muttered. They are spreading their influence like a virus. We may have won the battle at the temple, but the war is far from over. A seasoned senator leaned in. Varro, what do we do? If the priests work in secret, we cannot combat what we cannot see. The city will be at their mercy again. Varro gripped the red gemstone dagger, its edge catching the morning light. We must uncover every hidden network, every secret gathering. The scroll holds guidance. We must pair knowledge with vigilance, and we must train those who will defend the city from shadows, those who can act when the light is absent. The bronze token in Varro's pocket pulsed warmly, as if affirming his resolve. He rose, shoulders squared. I will not allow Rome to fall back into fear. The priest's whispers may reach far, but every whisper can be silenced with courage, foresight, and unity. We begin today before their schemes take root. Every alley, every district, every hidden corner will be watched. Rome will awaken fully, or we will ensure its memory of darkness is permanent. The nobles nodded, a renewed determination spreading among them. Hope had been sparked. Yes, but now it would be fortified with vigilance, with strategy, and with the courage of those who refused to bow to shadows. The scroll shimmered faintly. The dagger hummed, and Varro knew that while the city slept, the first rays of resistance were already guiding Rome toward a future free from fear. As the sun climbed higher over Rome, Varro convened a select group of nobles and trusted allies in a quiet chamber. Maps of the city were spread across the table, overlaid with notes and symbols from the silver-threaded scroll. The priests are not defeated, Varro began, voice steady. They move in silence, unseen. Their power lingers in corners and alleyways. To protect Rome, we must know every hidden gathering, every ritual, every shadow they intend to use. He pointed to the southern districts, where reports of vanishing citizens had begun to accumulate. These are their most active areas. Send scouts discreetly. Watch without alerting the priests. Gather every whisper, every sign, every fragment of knowledge. We must strike before they consolidate their strength again. A young noble, eyes wide with determination, stepped forward. Vero, I will lead the southern watch. We will move quietly, reporting every unusual sign. No alley will be overlooked. Vero nodded. Good. Others will be sent to the east and west. The city's layout is our advantage. We know its streets and secret passages. The priests think they can hide in shadows, but Rome is alive, and so are we. The scouts dispersed, blending with merchants, laborers, and travelers. Some disguised themselves as servants, others as guards. Each carried discreet notes, ink and parchment, ready to record every detail. The scroll hummed faintly in Vero's hands, as if guiding them, the silver threads almost pointing toward areas of danger. By dusk, first reports began to arrive. Shadows were gathering near abandoned temples, old aqueducts, and forgotten courtyards. Symbols, similar to those in the scroll, were carved subtly into walls, floors, and door frames, glowing faintly in torchlight. Whispers of incantations traveled on the wind, unintelligible but unnerving. Vero read each report carefully. Patterns emerged. The priest's movements were deliberate, coordinated, and aimed at re-establishing control over citizens too fearful to resist. Yet every discovery made by the scouts allowed the council to anticipate their next moves, to disrupt rituals before they could fully manifest the city. Once quiet under fear's grip, now hummed with tension and vigilance. Citizens were unaware of the hidden war, yet their streets became the chessboard for an unseen battle. Vero felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. The scroll and dagger were tools, yes, but intelligence, courage, and timing were the real weapons in this delicate struggle. As night fell, scouts returned with a troubling report. A large gathering in the northern district, led by one of the High Augur's most cunning disciples. Varro's jaw tightened. The battle was far from over, and shadows were still very much alive in the city. Yet, for the first time, Rome had eyes to see, ears to hear, and hearts ready to resist. The villa was quiet, but unease hung in the air. Vero sat at the oak council table, the silver-threaded scroll unfurled before him, red gemstone dagger resting nearby. Reports from scouts had been arriving steadily, each one mapping the priest's secret networks. Yet tonight, something felt off. A subtle tension wove through the room. Eyes flickered too quickly, voices faltered, and one noble seemed unusually absent during discussions. Varro's instincts, honed through the temple's chaos, were alert. "Speak freely," he said, voice calm but firm. "If any among us harbors doubt, or worse now, is the time to reveal it." For a moment, silence held, broken only by the faint pulse of the bronze token in his pocket. Then a soft cough drew attention. Lucius, a trusted noble who had long been by Varro's side, shifted nervously. "I have concerns," Lucius began, voice trembling. "Perhaps we are moving too quickly. The priest's powers are ancient. If we act rashly, we may bring ruin upon the city. I fear." Varro leaned forward, eyes sharp. "Fear is one thing, hesitation is another. Speak plainly, Lucius." Lucius hesitated, then lowered his voice to a whisper. "There are those among us who still serve the old ways. I have received messages, orders, if you will, to ensure the relics return to their proper guardians." A chill swept through the room. Varro's grip tightened around the dagger. The bronze token pulsed warmly, as though warning him of danger close by. "Orders?" Varro asked, slowly, voice heavy. "From the priests?" Lucius nodded, unable to meet Varro's gaze. "They promise protection, power, if I return the relics. They claim the city will suffer if they remain in our hands. I thought it best to inform you before I took action." The council erupted in whispers. Shock and disbelief flashed across their faces. Betrayal, subtle yet lethal, had crept into their midst. Varro stood, letting the dagger's crimson glow reflect in the torchlight. "You risk everything," he said quietly, each word deliberate. "Not only your life, but the lives of every citizen who now has a chance to breathe freely. Rome does not bend to fear, and neither will we." Lucius faltered, fear overtaking him. I only." "You will do no more," Varro interrupted. "Tonight your path ends here. But know this, the priest's whispers may tempt others. But courage and vigilance will guide Rome. We will not falter, not because of fear, not because of betrayal, not because of shadows." The council fell silent. Lucius was escorted to a secure chamber, no harm done. Yet the message was clear. Loyalty would be tested, and the line between ally and traitor had become perilously thin. Varro looked at the scroll and dagger, their energy pulsing in tandem. The city's fight was far from over, and now he understood something critical. Threats did not only come from shadows outside, they could emerge from within. Rome's awakening had begun, but the battle for its soul was just entering a more treacherous stage. Night had fallen over Rome. The streets quiet but alive with unseen movements. Varro moved silently along narrow alleyways, bronze token in his pocket pulsing faintly, dagger and scroll concealed beneath his cloak. Scouts had reported unusual activity in the northern district. An instinct told him that the priest's remnants were gathering once more. The air was thick with tension as Varro approached a forgotten courtyard, overgrown with ivy and shadow. He crouched behind a crumbling wall, observing the scene. Figures in tattered gold and crimson robes assembled around a faintly glowing circle etched into the cobblestones. Symbols flared briefly in silver and green as the priests began their ritual, chanting words that seemed to bend the air itself. Varro's eyes narrowed. The northern gathering was larger than expected, more organized, more dangerous. These were not scattered remnants. This was a deliberate attempt to reclaim power, and if left unchecked, the ritual could spread fear and chaos across Rome. He studied the formation carefully. Each priest held a small talisman, pulsing faintly, synchronized with the symbols on the ground. It was clear the High Augur's teachings had survived through his disciples, and now they were attempting to weave shadows back into the city. Silently and efficiently, Varro knew he could not strike directly. Too many were present, and the ritual's power could overwhelm him. He retreated slightly, drawing the dagger and letting the scroll glow faintly, studying the inscriptions for a solution. The runes indicated a counter-pattern, a way to disrupt the talisman's energy without direct confrontation. Carefully, he traced the counter-symbols in the air, letting the scroll guide his movements. The bronze token warmed against his chest, resonating with the ritual's energy. Slowly, tendrils of light began to interfere with the priest's formation, causing small bursts of disruption. Candles flickered, shadows recoiled, and the chanting wavered. The priests noticed immediately, panic flashing across their eyes. Some reached for their talismans, attempting to stabilize the ritual. But the counter-energy from Varro was precise and unyielding. The glowing circle trembled violently, then collapsed in a silent, radiant flare that sent the priests sprawling. Varro stepped forward cautiously, dagger in hand. "Rome will not bow to shadows," he declared, voice carrying over the still air. The priests scrambled to flee, shadows recoiling from the combined energy of the relics. By the time dawn began to lighten the sky, the northern district was calm. The priests' gathering had been neutralized without destruction, their remnants scattered, their power weakened. Yet Varro knew this was only one battle among many. The city's fight against shadowed manipulation was far from over. He disappeared into the alleys, bronze token warm against his chest, scroll and dagger secure. Rome slept, unaware of the hidden war that raged to protect its freedom. Varro returned to the villa as the first light of dawn brushed the rooftops of Rome. The northern district was calm, the priests gathering scattered, yet a gnawing unease lingered in his chest. The city seemed quiet, almost serene, but instinct told him the battle was not yet over. In the council chamber, nobles gathered once more, eager to hear updates from the scouts. Varro spread out the latest reports, detailing the dispersed priests and disrupted rituals. Relief mingled with tension, but before the council could react, a sudden disturbance in the villa's shadows caught Varro's attention. A figure stepped from the darkness cloaked, hood low, moving with unnerving silence. Varro's hand tightened on the dagger, eyes narrowing. The figure lowered its hood, revealing the face of an unfamiliar noble, one who had arrived recently, claiming allegiance and knowledge of distant districts. You are not on our records, Varro said, voice sharp. Who are you, and what brings you here? The noble smiled faintly, lips curling in a calculated expression. I am a friend, or perhaps a reminder, he said cryptically. You believe you have dismantled the priests' networks, disrupted their rituals, and secured the relics. Yet you overlook the oldest scheme of all. Varro felt the bronze token pulse sharply against his chest. Instinct screamed danger. Speak plainly, he demanded. The noble stepped closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. The priests have hidden one final reliquin, even older than the dagger or the scroll. It lies beneath the foundations of Rome itself, woven into the city's veins. Its power is subtle, insidious. While you fight above ground, it can influence hearts, bend wills, and seed doubt without visible action. A hush fell over the council. The thought of an unseen, pervasive relic capable of manipulating the city from bellows struck fear into every noble present. Varro's mind raced. The scroll had mentioned hidden root energies, but he had not realized their full potential. If what you say is true, we are facing a silent enemy, he said, voice low but resolute, one that has been buried for centuries, lying in wait while the priests controlled the surface. And now it waits for us to be complacent. The stranger's eyes gleamed. Complacency is Rome's true enemy. The relics you hold may protect you, but even their light cannot reach the depths entirely. You must decide, will you search, or will the city unknowingly fall to whispers and shadows? Before anyone could respond, the figure melted back into the shadows, leaving silence and dread in his wake. Varro felt the weight of responsibility heavier than ever. The battle for Rome was far from over. Above-ground victories had been significant, but a hidden force, ancient and cunning, still slumbered beneath the city, ready to reclaim influence. Varro looked at the dagger and scroll, then down at the bronze token. His pulse steadied. One final challenge remained a secret buried deep beneath Rome, a shadow that could undo all that had been achieved. And he knew with certainty that he would face it. The city slept, unaware of the silent danger growing beneath its foundations. Night had fallen once again over the city, and Varro stood atop the highest terrace of the villa, dagger in one hand, scroll in the other, bronze token warm against his chest. The city sprawled beneath him, silent, unaware of the shadow lingering deep beneath its streets. He had traced every clue, followed every whisper, and disrupted every gathering the priests had attempted above ground. Yet now the true test loomed beneath Rome itself, an ancient relic, older than memory, hidden within the foundations of the city. Its subtle power had been silently shaping hearts, bending wills, and planting seeds of doubt long before any of the priest's recent schemes. Varro's pulse quickened. He looked down at the scroll, silver threads gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Symbols and runes he had not yet deciphered shimmered with a soft, eerie glow, as though urging him forward. The dagger hummed lightly, resonating with the relic's presence below. The city's lamps flickered across marble streets, the sound of distant water flowing through aqueducts echoing faintly in the night. Varro knew that the hidden relic could manipulate perception, twist intentions, and weaken even the strongest of wills. He felt its pull now, a subtle, almost imperceptible tug at the corners of his mind. Yet he did not hesitate. With a deep breath, he turned toward the labyrinthine network of tunnels and chambers below, Rome-forgotten passages, catacombs, and foundations untouched for centuries. Shadows seemed to stir as he descended, the air growing colder, heavier, filled with the faint whisper of unseen forces. Each step carried the weight of history and the risk of the unknown. Varro traced his fingers along the walls, following faint carvings and symbols that hinted at the relic's resting place. His heart pounded with anticipation and dread. One misstep could awaken the relic prematurely, or allow it to ensnare his mind. As he reached a vast, circular chamber buried deep beneath the forum, a faint green glow shimmered at the center. Tendrils of energy wove through the stone floor, moving like liquid shadow. Varro approached cautiously, dagger raised, scroll in hand, bronze token resonating as though warning him of the power contained within. And then, as he drew near, a voice cold, melodic, and impossibly ancient code through the chamber. So, the one who disrupted the temple dares to descend, to meddle with what should never awaken. Varro froze, realizing that this relic was not merely an object. It was alive, sentient, and aware of his intrusion. Its power could reach beyond the physical, twisting perception and intent. The city above slept, oblivious, while beneath its very feet. An ancient will stirred. Varro tightened his grip on the dagger and tightened the scroll against his chest. The bronze token glowed brighter, a silent promise of vigilance. But even its warmth was a fragile shield against what lay ahead. Rome's Fetit's freedom, its future, its very soul now, rested on a single, impossible confrontation. And as the green glow of the relic pulsed rhythmically in the darkness, Varro took a deep, steadying breath and stepped forward into the unknown. The shadows seemed to lean closer, and then silence.